You can fit everything you know in a bottle for you to show. Pick your brain apart and put it in and build it again with needles and pins. Everything you have learned is a ship with blue waves crashing into it. But nothing can touch your happy thoughts anymore. With your glass ceiling, walls and floor. Sailing on a ship in a bottle, anchor all your thoughts to the bottom, pulling ropes and pulling your head back to see what is breaking the foremast. You set sail alone, there is no crew, no one on the deck who can help you. This is all your own battle to win. This is your ship and you are the captain. Oh captain, let's make a deal where we both say the things that we both really feel. I feel scared and I'm starting to sink, and I only sink deeper the deeper I think. Oh captain, deal. Oh captain, deal. Oh captain, deal. There are red spots under your eyes from when you cry into the sky. Ocean waters rising above your neck. You feel the glass start to crack. Sailing on a ship in a bottle, water's leaking through holes in the bottle. flags of ships that have long since sat at the floor of the sea. But in defense, you set sail alone. There is no crew, no one on the deck who can help you. This is all your own battle to win. This is your ship and you are the captain. Oh, captain, let's make a deal where we both say the things that we both really feel. I feel scared now, I'm starting to sink, and I only sink deeper, the deeper I think. Oh, captain, make up your mind before the salt burns your eyes and you run out of time. 'Cause you're popping the cork, you'll get lost in your brain, and you'll lose touch with all the things that made you feel sane. Oh, captain, deal. Oh, captain, deal. Oh, captain, deal. That we both really feel. I feel scared now, I'm starting to sink, and I only sink deeper, the deeper I think. Oh, captain, make up your mind for the salt burns your eyes and you run out of time. 'Cause you're popping cork, you'll get lost in your brain, and you'll lose touch with all the things that made you feel sane. Oh, captain, deal. Oh, captain, deal.
Hello, my friends. It's Saturday. That's what it is. I am sleepy. I love being in bed and I love to not get out of bed. I did get out of bed because I had to. But let it be known, I love to stay there. I love to stay in bed, in my cozy comfy, and not have any train of thought whatsoever. What's up, y'all? We have a fun, long time ahead of us today. We have a fun, long time ahead of us today. As I recall, allow me to verify. What just happened? No, okay, here it is. Yeah. Today is the third longest chapter overall. Today's the third longest chapter thus far. Thus far in the fic, not in the stream series. It's the... I just fucking closed it! What's wrong with me? Yes, it is the... It's going to be the second longest that we've had in stream so far, by word count. But, there is one later that is slightly longer than tonight's chapter. On top of which, we got a fun time ahead of us. Why does my arm hurt? What is happening? Are you fucking kidding me? So, like I was saying about a long, fun time, that's what we're having today. It's going to be so long and so fun. But before we get into the long, fun time, I do just want to touch base about something that I announced in both of the places, both in the Discord channel and on my blog. But I just wanted to reiterate what I already said more cleanly, which is how come my my blog is here. My blog, this is it. This is my blog. You see? It's my blog. And I just wanted to reiterate what I have already announced, which is that tomorrow, the 10th and the 17th, which are all Sundays, I will not be streaming. Because no matter what the reason is that I need to be aware of time and conscious of time and be on time and think about time. Because that could be for a happy reason like a stream, or it can be for a boring reason like a job. But either of those reasons still requires me to be very vigilant of the passage of time, which I'm not good at. And so I get very tense about it. I've described waiting mode to you, right? Where, like, it could even be, like, a couple hours until I have to do anything. But it's not long enough to feel like I can justify starting something, and so I'm just stuck in waiting mode. And waiting mode fucking sucks. Anyway. The point being, it takes a lot for me to be mindful of the passage of time, and my brain doesn't like it. And I've had to do that every day for many days. I've had to do that every day without exception for a few weeks now. And I think my brain is throwing a fit about it. I think my brain is throwing a fit about it. I don't understand. And, well, you see, I can't cancel work about it, so I'm canceling the next 3 Sundays. Now, you may ask, why 3 Sundays? Why not, say, one weekend or even just one Sunday. And both of those are completely valid and logical conclusions and completely valid and logical questions to ask. The reason why Sundays in particular is because that is the end of the chain on each clump of stream days, which means that I don't have to, like, if I were to cancel Fridays, I would still have to read on Fridays to prepare for Saturday. Whereas for Sunday, there's no stream on Monday, and my work doesn't have homework. So Sunday would be a true nothing going on day, which is what I'm looking for. And the reason I canceled 3 of them instead of just one of them is because I'm fucking crazy. There is I had previously looked at how the chapters group together for literally the rest of the fic. And I apparently have opinions about where the gaps are. And so I really wanted I'm not going to tell you which grouping I wanted to keep intact, because I said it in the Discord, but that's where most of the people who already know are, and I mostly just don't want Wander to know, because Wander will try to investigate, and I can't have that. But there is a later grouping of 3 chapters that I wanted to keep together, and I couldn't do that if I didn't cancel a multiple of 3. So I canceled 3. Accurate. Accurate and true. Real and true. So I basically made my point, right? I already can't remember what I was saying. I just said it, and now it's gone. No, okay. So, yes. Literally, yesterday, before I went ahead with reading in advance for today. What? We can't get it. Oh my god. Which room? Because I know it's the same interval. But which, but... No, that's O. A was a classic classroom. Why are we talking about this on live stream? Oh my god. Anyway. Anyway. So the point is that doing it this way means that I don't have to read on these days. Because as much as I love reading this particular fic, I'm a fucking slow reader. It is a time-consuming thing that I have to do. And I do have to do it because there's... I don't know every words, and I need to know how to pronounce them, because I have to pronounce them. But also, I have to be ready for the jokes and the foreshadowing, and I need to not laugh at the foreshadowing. I can laugh at the jokes, but I can't laugh at the foreshadowing. So I need to prepare myself for that. Anyway, yeah, all that to say that this is, unless some terrible disaster happens or I get sick and can't talk at length or something, assuming none of that happens, this is how the rest of the chapters for the entire fic will be grouped. Here is this week, here's today, tomorrow, nothing, 8th, 9th, 10th, nothing, 15th, 16th, 17th, nothing, and then, assuming, because I don't think I have any major plans for Thanksgiving, or more specifically, I don't have any major plans for the day after Thanksgiving, so, starting, Wait a second. November started on a Friday, which means that... Okay, so... really the week I should be looking at is... this one, for Thanksgiving reasons. Either way, I don't think anything major is going on that Friday, so we should be good. Because I don't think I'm going nowhere. I don't know what we're going to do, but I think I know what we're not going to do. Possibly. I don't know, dog. So anyway, starting on November 22nd, we will be back to the 3-day thing for a while, and the only reason that will stop once again is because we will be out of chapters. So if this is 22nd, 29th, the 6th, and then the 13th, this will not be on unless... See, that's the challenge, ain't it? Because, no, don't, don't rush yourself for my sake. Especially if you're gonna put a song up in there, because that's gonna take some preparation. Fucking, so, yeah, 22nd, 29th, 6th, 13th. I cannot do the 20th. If I were not flying on the 20th, I would absolutely be able to get this completely done before the end of the year and the holidays that accompany it. Unfortunately, it does look like that's what our plan looks like at the moment, is that on Friday, December 20th, we will be flying and traveling and etc. So these two little goobers are going to come after the new year. Whatever Friday that happens to be. What Friday does that happen to be? The 3rd. The 3rd? So, yeah, that's where we're at. That's what the rest of the series looks like in my brain. Kind of vague and sketchy and half-formed, but that is what currently we're going on. That's what I'm expecting right now. Assuming I don't fucking perish or anything like that. So I just wanted to touch base about that and just catch everyone up to speed. I'm not planning on perishing. I'm not planning on it. I don't want to. But I can't predict the future. I'm not having a weird time loop premonition like Carcat is having. Unfortunately. So yeah, that is, I just wanted to get everyone on the same page about that. And now we don't need this tab. Bye, tab. Although, I hope you enjoyed my, blog theme on desktop. That background was drawn by me, and it's supposed to represent the hunger from, The Adventures of Unbalance. It's true, I can't stream if I'm dead, which is why I don't want to be dead. I'm not planning on perishing. It's not in the plans. Yeah, of course, they were referring to Twitch streams. So with all of that acknowledged, so yeah, I just wanted to make sure that everyone was clear on that, regarding the schedule. So I'm not gonna update the, graphics, the schedule graphics again, because we're just gonna go back to what we've got. But I will, fuck it, I could do that right now. Just cue some posts, to be like, hey, no stream today. You know, that's definitely the voice that post should be in. Heads up, no stream today. Thanks for understand. No ing, just understand. And whoa, a poll result came in. Okay, and then we'll schedule that for tomorrow at, I don't know, noon? Sure. We'll say noon. Schedule. No, I don't want to add tags. Don't need it. Heads up. No stream today. Today either. Thanks for understand. And then that'll be on the 10th at also noon. We schedule. And then heads up, no stream today, but this is the last one. But this is the last hashtag canceled Sunday. No, that's looking stupid. But we should be back to normal to next week. Thanks for understand. Schedule for the 17th at noon. Schedule. Okay. So now that's taken care of. Well, it's a good use of my time, because if I didn't do it right now, then I wouldn't remember to do it. And I should do it. Posts to get everyone on the same page. I'm gonna start the intro right fucking now. You stop it. You stop it. You stop it. And welcome. Welcome, one and all. Yeah, that's it. That's the segue. welcome to the 43rd installment of Your Words Destroyed My Planet, the stream series. If you are new here, welcome! My name is Harper, but you can call me KK. My pronouns are they, it. If you're new, please read the rules, be chill, have a good time. That's all we're really here for. Well, we're here for a time. We're here for a long time. Today we are. So what is going on is this. Your Words Destroyed My Planet by Unda is a million-word Homestuck fic. Yes, million-word Homestuck fic that focuses on Dave Soulcat. It's an AU set in a future where Earth and Alternia have been consumed by a mysterious force, and humans and trolls have escaped on spaceships for their survival. And yes, we are here for scheduled times. Just show up whenever isn't very convenient to tell people when stream will be happening. I mean, you can show up whenever to the VODs channel, but for this part, yeah, there kind of has to be a set time. As of now, the fic is currently unfinished, but don't even worry about that. You know? Like, just jump in anyway. What could go wrong? What could go wrong? In this stream series, I aim to read the entire fic out loud by myself because I'm selfish and I want to voice all my blurbos. And I'm right about all of their voices and no one else is right. That's not true. But I do it good the best. And no one can take that away from me if there's no one else in the project. It's not the end of the world. The end of the world already happened. Where am I? Yes. Please take note of the tags on this fic. We are looking at them right here, right now. Be aware that you may be in for the discussion of some sensitive topics. Typically, more specific, when more specific warnings are necessary, they will be, in much the same way as they are today. More specific warnings are given for certain chapters. So, yeah, just keep that in mind, I guess, if you need to. There's no shame in needing to. If you would like to read back approximately what I just said, a little bit cleaner, a little bit shorter, I mean, not super short, but, slightly more concise, you can type !fic about in chat. That's, the same blurb that I that I read off of every single time that I do the intro. And so it is a good thing to do to show anyone new who may not know what the fuck is happening. It helps, maybe. It certainly doesn't hurt, I don't think. If you would like a link to the fic itself on AO3, you can use !fic link. That makes sense. It makes sense when you think about it. When you link about it. Sorry. And then !fic song is a brief explanation of a very special feature of these streams, which is the pre-recorded song sequences. Unfortunately, I can't update the command to tell you which song is currently happening at any given time. Partly just because that's just another preparation thing for me to forget to do, but also because some chapters have multiple, and that would not be very convenient. To have to derail myself to update the command mid-chapter. That would be stupid. !fic sorry is just sort of an acknowledgement of the polish that I could have given this project if I had the time and patience. Unfortunately, I wanted to actually see the project completed. And if I gave it the polish that I know I could, then we'd be here for the next 100 years. It would take so long that I would make it to the year that the fic is supposed to start in. Let's put it that way. Fuck, I forgot how to read. And finally, you can use exclamation point VODs to get a link to my YouTube archive, where I will be putting every VOD for this series, as well as my other streams. There aren't any lately, or most of the time. But in the future, should I decide to, that would be an option. Mostly it's just going to be this on there, though. And occasional shenanigans. I did a funny Fortnite Festival shenanigan that I uploaded it on there because my other channel is not for that. So yeah, that's all of the things. And yes, the VODs go up pretty much right after stream. Pretty much right after stream is when the VODs go up. So it shouldn't be too long of a wait. And if it is too long of a wait, don't worry. That's what Wander's for. That wasn't intended to be what Wander is for, but Wander has become approximately as insane about this fic as I am, and is constantly rewatching my VODs. And I don't understand it, and I think you're insane, but thank you. There's like a hair-shaped scratch on my water bottle. And it's, like, that's not news to me. I've known it's been there for a while, but, like, how does that happen? It's like the shape of a short hair. No, that's what you are for. You are for to keep an eye on me making sure that I, you are to make sure that I upload the VOD and I hit publish. And I don't forget. So anyway. We super don't I just looked at the clock. We super don't have time to waste. Because, like I said, tonight is long. Oh, I want pasta. Sorry. Let's jump right into it, because we really don't have any more time to waste. How does that sound? It's not an hour yet, you ding-dong! I get to call Wander a ding-dong. It comes with the genetic relation. Anyway. I'm gonna wave the thing around so that future me, when I'm looking for the timestamp to start, we're gonna do this now. We're gonna. I can't make a sentence anymore. The good news is I'm not going to have to. The sentences are already formed. Yeah. Let's get right into it before we lose even more time and or internet connection. This is Your Words Destroyed My Planet, Chapter 43. True. If the rate at which I reference this fic is anything to go by, this is very true. I did the thing, you announce as you walk into Cotard's office. Do you want to specify so I know if I should be pleased or concerned? The doc asks, looking up from his tablet. I had dinner with Dad and we talked, you announce as you let Beck go and then sit yourself down on the sofa. Beck hurries over to Cinnamon Toast, who seems equally pleased to see him. Cotard looks at you silently, his intensely teal eyes piercing into you in a way that isn't especially comfortable. How did that go, and how do you feel about it? He asks after what's probably just a few seconds. It feels like forever, though. You chew at your lip for a moment as the memory of dinner with your dad bubbles to the surface of your mind. I don't know, you admit. It's entirely understandable that something like that could feel pretty mixed. Would more specific questions help, or do you want to just start talking and see where you go? He offers. First, maybe. It'll probably turn into the second thing, but... You shrug. Ugh, you can't just miss songs because of the concept of the number 2. That's stupid and pathetic. And yet, here you are. Did your dad agree to meet you without much trouble? Cotard asks. He agreed instantly. Even when I said I wanted it to just be us, he agreed. I told him that if he sprung any of the others on me, I was going to be out, and I wasn't going to do that. You tell him. Good. I'm glad he agreed so readily. Good job on setting a boundary as well. What was the meeting like? Did you have it at your hive, or did you pick somewhere else? Did you have anyone with you besides Beck? Cotard questions you and glances at Beck, who looks up from sniffing Cinnamon Toast's fluffy butt at the mention of his name. Dad offered to cook for me. He's big into food, so he booked a room for us so he could cook and we could eat. It was just me and Beck. You explain. You don't know how to put the food thing into words. When you were still with your parents, you had a kitchen, but it never really got used for food. If anything, the place was a psychological gauntlet. There's obviously food that is connected to your Earth heritage, but they never got cooked at home. Maybe Bro would pick up Mexican takeaway more often than other foods, but you're not even sure if that's the case. When Dad adopted all of you, he was so intent on making you part of his family. He cooked you foods from his culture and showed all of you how to help and say the names of everything correctly. He was just as intent on learning how to cook Spanish food and Mexican food. He watched so many videos and read so many cookbooks. No matter how shitty your parents were, he felt you were still entitled to your heritage, and honestly, all of your memories to do with the food from your culture are tied to Dad. It was his way of showing all of you that who you were before you met him mattered, that you didn't have to conform to his culture because he'd rather share his with you and learn yours. Your relationship with food went from school meals and takeout to cooking together. You measured ingredients out as your older siblings chopped things, eating the little snacks that Dad would cook all of you to tide you over until dinner was ready, and going home on the edge of a food coma with big boxes of precious leftovers. It's not just food. You don't know how to tell your doctor that, and you don't really want to. The memory is private, a bright and precious thing you don't want to be tarnished or looked at. Dad didn't invite you to come over to a kitchen space with him just because it was private. He did it because that's how he's always shown that he loves you and wants you as part of his family. Cooking's always been a family thing, so it was... You wave your hand a little, not wanting to tell him, but wanting Cotard to somehow magically understand anyway. So it was a meaningful choice of location and activity then, a sign that he was making an effort? Cotard asks, obviously catching on that something is there. Yeah. Anyway, I showed up and he was already there. He'd brought food and he asked me what I wanted to eat and we could talk as we cooked. You go on, trying to move the focus onto what happened instead of the significance of it being dinner. Sometimes it can be easier to talk about something emotional when you're doing something else. It's not the same focus as when you're looking someone in the eye and just talking. You can have pauses, breaks, you can ask about something else. It's not a bad idea. What did you talk about? The doc nods. You wish you had something else to do right now. You can't even pet Beck because he's too busy rolling around on the floor by Cinnamon Toast trying to play with her. Although, in fairness, if you really needed him, you know he'd come to you. You're not going to tell him not to play with his little friend. I wanted to hear what happened from him and got it confirmed that he didn't know all that much. Neither did June and Jane, but he just heard son in danger and... He said he regrets acting so rashly, but he was scared for me. He didn't say it, but I'm also pretty sure he trusted that Rose, Roxy, Dirk, and Hal were doing shit for a good and well-thought-out reason. But he didn't say that, probably because he didn't want to blame them. You sigh. The doc's pen flies across his screen as he takes his notes, but as you predicted before, the words just keep happening. I mean, you know, the apology was what I needed. No sorry, not sorry shit in there. It was... What is it you people call it? Validating or whatever? I felt valid. It's good. I've got my dad back. You sigh and lean back on the lounge plank. All right, so the apology was what you wanted? He asks. Yep, you say. You felt that it was sincere and that he took ownership of what he did and understood the effect his actions had on you. He goes on. You nod. How was the rest of the evening? The doc goes on. I don't know. Fine, I guess. I cried like a baby at several points, but so did he. It was emotionally heartwarming, and I ate so much I pretty much rolled home, and then Carcat pilfered my leftovers. I'd be more mad about that if Dad hadn't specifically made extra so that Carcat and Solix had food too. You mutter and watch the dogs. Beck is... Ah! I shouldn't make that sound. You ever heard the phrase, "We're here for a good time, not a long time"? Tonight, we are here for a long time, not a good time! Fuck! Okay, well, at least that's a clean paragraph split. I kind of just want to lie down on the floor about it! We're here for a bad time, not a good time. I'd fight my router, but that seems counterproductive. Okay. Shit. Well, the longer I dwell on it, the longer we stay here. I don't know. Fine, I guess. I cried like a baby at several points, but so did he. It was emotionally heartwarming, and I ate so much I pretty much rolled home, and then Carcat pilfered my leftovers. I'd be more mad about that if Dad hadn't specifically made extra so that Carcat and Solix had food too. You mutter and watch the dogs. Beck is watching you back. Cotard looks at you for a moment and then over his notes, scrolling for a bit as he checks things. For once, you don't fill the silence. What's on your mind, Dave? You seem unsatisfied with the situation. Cotard prompts you finally, as he looks up from his tablet to you. You have your feet up on the lounge plank with you, one of your knees pulled upright with your wrist resting on it, the other leg flat to the side and crossed under you so you can see the dock better. Your fist is tight on your knee, and you can feel the buzzing tension in your chest that signals bad things. I don't feel any better, you say tersely. Okay, that's fine. Do you not feel better about your dad specifically? The doc asks. You hesitate and frown. Do you feel like he's not sorry enough? That you said you accepted his apology, but you're not actually ready for that? He asks. No, I know he's sorry. I'm not saying that it won't still... It still happened, and that's not going away, but he's done what he can, and I get that. You answer him. Were you looking for something else from him? He goes on. No, literally, it was textbook. You insist. But you're still unsatisfied with the situation, beyond the anticipated emotions that we spoke about, where you may still feel hurt or upset, even though apologies and acceptance have been exchanged. Cotard asks. Beck gets up and hops on the lounge plank next to you. He lays down with his legs over your tucked leg and nudges your arm right on your Leica tattoo with his wet nose. You rub his head on the soft fluff between his ears. Nothing's better. I feel better knowing that I have Dad back again. It's a relief. Same as it was with Hal and Karkat. I'm not saying it's not that, but I'm not better. I don't feel better. Things don't feel better. I've not fixed or changed things. All I've done is made it so that Dad and me are cool, and now he's different from everyone else, same as Karkat and Hal are. You mutter. Things are never going to be exactly the way they were before. That's just the nature of big events like these. Your doc tells you sympathetically, and you roll your eyes. No shit. I know it's not going to be the same, but... You hesitate, and Cotard doesn't fill the silence for you, so you have to. It'd be easier if I could just get everyone together at once and, bam, fixed. How would you like that to... Help! Help! I can't say the correct consonant sound. Fuck! How would you like that to go? Talk me through the outcome you want from that. Cotard says slowly, in the careful way that Rose sometimes speaks, where you think you're walking into a trap. You think he's letting you spool out enough rope to snare yourself in your own dumb idea. I don't know. I just want everything to feel how it did before. You say to Beck, because that's easier. Beck looks up at you with his deep, dark eyes. He understands you. I mean, I could do that. I could get everyone else together and be like, hey, I reacted badly because you blasted my shit to everyone, but you were totally right, I forgive you, all is cool, back to normal now, and then it'd be fine. You mumble. And how do you think that'd go? Are the words that Cotard says, but you very much hear, that's the dumbest shit you've ever said. I could make him believe it. Maybe not in a day, but I could. It'd be easier because it's what they want to hear, and then no one would be mad at Hal anymore, and Dirk and Jake can be fine again. It'd be better, and I could enjoy being around them again, as long as I don't think about what they did to me, and how they're not sorry, and just quietly die inside and pretend everything is fine. I could just crush it down, you say brightly, and also kind of dying inside. Beck shoves his whole body into your lap, flattening your other leg. Cotard gets up and goes to his cabinet, pulls out your jar, moves his coffee table, and sets it down. By all means, demonstrate how crushing it down works. Without spilling any of the water, just put your whole hand in there and exert as much force as you can to crush everything down. In fact, lower the water level by doing that, since it's supposed to solve all of your problems. He says dryly, and waves his metal hand at your full-to-the-brim jar of water and little jelly balls of psychological issues. I understand how water displacement works. You groan. Do you? The doc says, somewhat pointedly. Fine, but this bit-by-bit shit is just creating different tension, and I hate it. Can't I just rip the bandage off in one go? You ask him. We can talk about that, perhaps make a pros and cons list about it. Properly consider your options before making a decision. Let me draw that up for you. Cotard nods and starts sketching. He doesn't say, let's consider this drastic and stressful decision together so that you can make a thought-out decision that your medical professional agrees with. Unlike the time you broke up with your partner because I vaguely agreed that a relationship in your situation could be stressful. He doesn't say that, but when you told him about you and Solix afterwards, his eye had twitched, and he had then explained to you that snap decision-making could lead to bad decisions. In your defense, you know it was the right call, and given that it didn't nuke your relationships with Solix or Karkat, you know the doc agrees with your judgment on that. He clearly just wishes that you'd considered things carefully and talked them out. You don't feel inclined to do that, though. You think that the doc is pretty much on the level with you, and you trust him more since he told you that psych people fucked him up too. He still became one, though, so you're not going to trust him completely. You also don't like the idea of handing over every thought and decision to someone else so he can control you. You need to keep some things back. Solix was just too important to risk anyone else's influence clouding your decision. Tell me how you envision this talk going. Would you want it to happen at your dad's hive, at yours, or a neutral location? Cotard asks. As long as it's not my place, then I don't care. I want to be able to leave if it goes bad. I could do that at mine too, I guess, but... You shrug. It would probably feel as if you didn't have anywhere safe to retreat to, and even if you went into your respite block and locked yourself in, that's not leaving the situation so much as it is trapping yourself somewhere. That makes sense. Would you want to do this with everyone who was involved, including Hal, your dad, and Karkat, who have apologized, or would you prefer to keep the numbers lower and only have the people who you're still waiting on apologies for present? He asks as he makes notes. You falter. You hadn't thought about that. You try to picture this in your mind as you pet Beck, who is spread out over your legs and looking at you, but ever so often glancing at Cinnamon Toast. The little corgi is laid out flat on the floor with her itty-bitty legs flat behind her, so you can see that her little fluffy nub tail has been trimmed into the shape of a heart. Dad's place swims into your imagination, and you can easily populate it with your family. If you imagine Dirk, Roxy, Rose, June, and Jane there, and then put yourself in the room, it feels intimidating. It's not like you're scared of them, and you know they love you. That's not the issue. Your family doesn't fight an awful lot, but you do all have your disagreements, and it's not like any of you are shy about voicing them. Roxy and Jane can both pretend like nothing is wrong, but actually be upset, but even they'll put their foot down when push comes to shove. You get the feeling that this meeting will dissolve into arguing really quickly. If it's just me and the ones I'm still not talking to, then it's fewer people, so maybe that might not be so much to deal with. I mean, if I bring in everyone involved, that's all of them and Karkat and Hal, and Kanaya's part of that too, and arguably all of the other balancers. Then what about Jake, since he's involved, or Terezi and Sarava, because they were on the edge of that? That's a lot of goddamn people, you know? You tell him. Smaller numbers are less overwhelming. Cotard agrees and writes that down. Right, but then if it's just me and the people I'm not talking to right now, it's like them against me. They're just gonna argue for their side, and I'm the only one saying my bit. You add. Do you think that'd present a risk of you reverting back to crushing everything down to appease everyone, saying that you're fine when you're not, and dying inside, as he put it? Cotard asks as he writes. You open your mouth to argue with him, but he's entirely right. If they start being shitty, then the two easier options are to either bail or to let them think they're right and grit your teeth through it because you want things to go back to normal. You miss your family, you really do. You want things back to how they were. You love them, and you don't like this. But it would be a little death and another mortal blow to being a real person. Yet, you know it'd be so easy to do. So easy. Cotard looks up from his tablet at your silence and lowers his pen. When he speaks, his voice is soft and understanding. It's not uncommon at all for people who have been abused to become very accommodating. In part, you don't want to hurt people since you know what that's like. You don't want to deal with people's judgment or their feelings about what's happened to you. Even if they're positive and supportive, there's still a weight to those. I very rarely tell people about how I lost my hand. Kotar tells you quietly. You told me and Gamzee right away, you point out. I don't normally do that at all. Very rarely with patients. With the two of you, I felt that I needed to disclose that so you knew that I could understand where you were coming from with your mistrust of the profession, and with having a traumatic past that can be hard to talk to other people about. I don't enjoy talking about it at all, and it's part of my name now, and I talk about it on my terms when I want to, but having to explain to people who knew me at the time was awful. They had to know, but even support is a weighty thing to carry, and it can seem so unfair when other people don't have to bear any of that weight because they've not been through it. He says quietly. Pretending like bro dying and having to move ship when Dad adopted me was the worst thing that ever happened was easier. Lighter, I guess. And everyone else in my family got that too. I wasn't different. You nod. Exactly. But having to pretend is a lot of work as well. If you say whatever they want to hear to get things back to normal, then you lose the chance to be authentically yourself with the people who matter most to you. Why should you carry that weight alone? Cotard asks. I've been lying to them all this time, so I don't... Anyway, even if I have Dad and Hal there, if they're backing me up, I'm causing this split in the family. That sucks too. You point out. Okay, let's not jump tracks so quickly there. I wouldn't describe what you were doing before as actively deceiving them purely for your own benefit. You weren't left with a lot of choice there, and that isn't your fault. There's no reason that just because you've behaved one way in the past means that you have to do so forever. As for the idea of causing a rift, do you really think that's what you're doing? The doc challenges you. Well, yeah. Hal apologized and we're cool now, but it's fucked things up between him and the others, and if it goes the same way with Dad, then it's like I'm getting them in trouble because he's on my side. If I bring them with me, then I'm just gonna cause more problems, you say miserably. You said that you believed Hal and your dad were sincerely sorry, though, that they understood where they'd gone wrong and their apologies satisfied the measures that we talked about before, right? He asks. You nod. You've been over this. So them agreeing with you and apologizing isn't because they're on your side or only saying what they have to so that you'd forgive them. They agree with your position, or at least have explained their own, and you have mutually understood each other to a level that you're both comfortable with. If they disagree with the rest of your family, then that's a logical or ethical disconnect. They're not taking sides. It's not your fault. Cotard explains. You feel your muscles start to tense. You breathe in deeply, but hold the breath in, like you don't dare to... Does that idea feel uncomfortable? The doc asks in a soft and patient voice. You nod. Can you trace what part of that idea isn't sitting well with you? He continues. The idea congeals in your head. You can feel it dripping down the inner walls of your cranium. Some foreign thought jammed into your brain years ago, infected and smearing grossness across the inside of your skull. Instead of jerking away from it, you try really hard to face it, not pulling away from it in case you make the infection worse. It would be my fault, you say slowly. I'm not supposed to... Obviously, it sucks for me if bad shit happens to me. It doesn't mean I should let their lives get fucked up, and it's obviously so much worse now that they know. You falter as it clicks into place, as your questing mental fingers find the shard lodged in your brain. Mom and bro. If I talked about it, they'd hurt the others, put them through all the shit I was going through, or worse. If they found out, or if I said, then anything they did would be my fault, and now they know and things are worse. You say carefully, as you inspect each word as it passes your lips. They manipulated you to keep you quiet. If they'd done to your brothers and sisters what they did to you, then it would be their fault alone, not yours. They told you otherwise to force you to do what they wanted, which is abusive and cruel. But scared children, scared people in general, believe that sort of thing. But even if a terrible person warns you about a terrible thing they'll do if you say or do something, that act is entirely on them and not on you. But here you find yourself in a situation where things are objectively worse, where people have found out, so it feels like it must be your fault. The idea feels validated. It's the same logical chain run backwards. If you told people, then things would be worse and it would be your fault. So the fact that people know and things are worse seems like it should therefore be your fault. Cotard explains, just like that. Yeah, you whisper. You want to yell that obviously it is your fault. Obviously this is because you didn't lie well enough. You didn't make sure your records were gone. There was something you should have done to stop them from knowing, but you didn't, and now things are terrible. Look what you did. That's not even my fucking thought, is it? That's their... Fuck! Ugh! You snarl and cover your face with your hands, just so you don't scream. No wonder it seems so appealing to say whatever you have to in order to get things back to how they were. You're following the rules you were taught. Cotard says sympathetically. I don't want to do that. I don't want to keep lying about shit. They don't even really know me if I do that. And yeah, I want to be able to talk to them again, but I don't want... Fuck Mom and Bro's rules. You hiss. I agree. The doc nods. Maybe if Hal and Dad are there, then they could stop me doing that shit. And if they argue with the others, then that's... You say the next part through gritted teeth. Then that's not on me. Exactly. Cotard smiles. Cool. Hey, I know that we've got time left, but I'm gonna go, now, because I think if I stay here, then I'm gonna lose my shit. You say shakily, your hands tight on Beck's harness. I think that's smart. I will send you a list of things you might want to ask yourself about this meeting that you might have with your family, but there's no need to look at it. If you're not in a place to do that, then you don't have to. He tells you. You nod and bail without another word. The hand that isn't holding onto Beck's harness is shaking. You hate this so much. You hate that you feel this way, that you're so fucked up. Most of all, you hate your parents for putting this shit in your head in the first place. You're glad they executed Bro, and you hope it hurt, because he fucking deserved it. You hope wherever your mom is, that she's having the worst time possible. You hope the helm that she jammed Matuna in explodes and kills her painfully and slowly. You hope that she thinks about all of you and regrets what she did. Then you hope that she knows that none of you are ever forgiving her. You consider going home, but you're too antsy and you're way too pissed. Instead, you take a diversion and go to Solix and Hal's office. You let yourself in the back office and watch the way they both look up in alarm at someone simply walking back there, but they both relax when they see that it's you. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Hal asks with a grin. Something like that. Hey, Solix, do you know if Psionic or Matuna knows something? You ask, looking at him. They both definitely know something, but I don't know if anything they know is the thing you're looking for. What's up? Solix asks, and squints his eyes with a look of focus for a moment before the two ghosts appear. He's asking you two if you know something. Solix tells them both. Wait, is the office haunted right now? Hal asks as he looks around. Yeah, Matuna and Psionic, no one else. Solix answers him. Okay, I guess. Not that I can do anything about it anyway. Hal says. Do you two know how to contact the ship my mom was on, or you two were? You ask Matuna and the Psionic, and all levity drains from their faces. Matuna says something sharp, and Psionic looks at you with his eyes narrowed at you. Not like he's pissed, but more like he's trying to figure you out. Why do you want to know? Solix asks. Tell me you're not going to try to talk to her. There's no way that ends well. I don't know about you, but I sure as shit don't want her knowing where our ship is. I mean, she could probably find out if she got into official communication or whatever, but we don't need her knowing. Hal adds. Nah, fuck her. I don't want to chat with her. Could you send her some virus that, like, vent all the air in the ship, or fill it with carbon monoxide, or fucking bees or something? You hiss. Matuna laughs brightly and says something quickly to Solix with a violent little smile on his face. Matuna says that the helm's got systems to prevent that happening, but he did try. He didn't try to code something that'd replace air with bees, but... Solix pauses as Matuna talks. But he thinks that idea is cool, and I quote, some sexy fucking evil shit. You look at Matuna. He winks at you. I don't know whether to assume that this means therapy is going well or badly, Hal says uncertainly. I just want her to suffer for the shit she did to us, specifically me. I can't do shit to Bro, he's already dead, so, Mom. You shrug. Matuna cackles and says something to Solix. He says he's not seen Bro in ages. He thinks he's scared after the move Signless made. Him and Damara have been keeping an eye out for him. Solix pauses, and his attention shifts to the psionic. Psionic looks at Matuna and makes a garbled series of beeps as he moves his hand through the air. Matuna looks at Solix and translates something. The ship you were on? What about it? Solix says. Psionic leans over and makes out like he's typing on Solix's keyboard, and then motions through the air to his other hand that's moving kind of like a spaceship, or it's representing it at least. We could send her ship something? You guess, and Psi nods. Anything we'd sent her, she'd know who sent it, and also communicating with pirates is definitely a crime, Hal points out. Matuna says laws are for the living, and also for little bitches. Solix translates with a sigh. I don't need extra capture sass, Hal grumbles. Psionic waves his hand between himself and Matuna, then does that typing and sending gesture again. I'm sure you two could code up something nasty for her. She definitely deserves it after what you both went through. The only problem is that with the virus gone, you can't interface with tech anymore. That only worked on infected devices. I'm gonna work on it. It's on my list. It might be higher if you didn't admit to wanting to do crimes with it, Solix points out. You don't need to speak Future Ghost to know Matuna just accused Solix of being lame. You're inclined to agree. Let Matuna and Psionic have ghostly vengeance. Especially if they'll direct it at your mom, who you want to hurt anyway. That's not... Solix falters as a desperate alarm blares from across the room, making both Solix and Hal snap to attention. No, we only just sent a message to the fleet. We can't... Hal hisses, typing away at lightning speed. It's an outbreak. It must have been one of the missing devices. Solix groans. What? You ask warily. We didn't get all the devices on the ship reformatted, but a lot of them are broken or missing. None of them are actively connected to the network, or they shouldn't be. They're still susceptible to the virus, though, and if they picked it up through a local contact, they can, in theory, still have the virus on their system. Not the completely non-operational ones, of course, but if the screen on something is so busted that it's been shoved on a shelf, but the insides are fine and it still has some power left, then you can get this. Hal explains miserably. It was a worst-case scenario, but... There, that's the one, Solix says, getting up and pointing to the large screen on the far wall. It's got a scrolling list of devices with their owners and last known status, one of which is now highlighted. Okay, it's contained. We're okay. Hal sighs in relief, though how he can know that, you don't know. You just keep this list up all of the time? You ask, and Solix makes an affirmative noise in his throat. He's leaning over to type something quickly. Don't admire his ass, Dave. Yes, Solix likes to advertise his failures, Hal says brightly, still typing away on his machine. I have to. There's so few of them. They deserve the attention. I'm gonna go and track that thing down in person. I want to disinfect it myself. Solix announces, straightening up and psionically pulling a bag of tech stuff to him. Try not to get blown up, Hal says absently. Don't fucking jinx me, Solix snaps at him. You'll be fine. Your brother laughs quietly. Solix rolls his eyes and then jerks his head in the direction of the door. Sai bounds to his shoulders in his small, shadowy form again. Mituna makes a meh kind of sound and lazily phases through the floor. You figure he's not interested in Solix's fetch quest. Later, Striders plural, Solix says casually and leaves. The room's not haunted now, if you were wondering. You tell Hal and go back to looking at the screen of rogue devices. Good to know. I guess I don't really mind captor ghosts. It's not like they're gonna do anything to me. Besides, I don't say anything behind Solix's back that I wouldn't say to his face. Hal says, and hits a final key on his keyboard with a flourish before he spins around to face you. I bet, you reply. You've heard the things Solix and Hal say to each other's faces. I know that looks like a long list, but it's a big ship, and people lose, store, or trash their tech all the time and forget to recycle it. Most of that stuff won't still be running. Hal reassures you. I'm sure. I've seen sailors drop their palm husks in between base panels and had to bribe psionics to bring them back. It's easily done. You agree. Hal nods and then looks at you quietly for a moment. I'm sorry if therapy is bringing things up that make you feel worse. Obviously, you suffered more at Mom and Bro's hands than I did, but if you ever need to talk about it with someone who was there for some of it, I'm here. Even if it's just, I don't know, reassurance that they really did act like that you're not making it out to be something that it's not in your head. That's the kind of thing that gets under my skin anyway. Hal offers. Thanks, but I'll pass. I'm trying to work out how to... Thanks. I'm gonna head back home, you say, diverting away from the idea of maybe getting everyone together to get the apologies out all at once. Okay, that's fine. The offer is open whenever and wherever. Wait, before you go, why did you never tell me about Equius? Hal asks. Tell you what about him? I talked about loads of stuff he's done for me. It's not like I've never mentioned him. Unless there was something I was supposed to tell you that happened. You three were out with him recently, weren't you? So... You're not sure what thing you were meant to tell Hal about, since Equius's mere existence can't be news to him. Yeah, you talked about your doctor, and you saw that awful video that fucking Terezi took of me. Hal grumbles that last part. Heard it, technically. You correct him. Whatever. You've seen him before. Why did you never introduce us? You had a smoking hot doctor friend who's into robotics and isn't involved with Roxy and Dirk? What the hell? He demands. You pause at that. You're aware that Hal is interested in Equius. You're not sure that there's anyone who isn't aware of that who knows both of them. Terezi's little video has certainly been shown around your friends, or at least word of it has. To be clear, not in a mean way, but, like, any Strider being off balance is amusing to other people. You're all very set in how you want to be perceived, so there's a certain amusement in fucking with that. That's why seeing Rose so flustered over Kanaya was always funny, or Dirk over Jake, or you when your tangents go weird. The only one of you who's exempt from that is Roxy, and that's entirely because she made the balls of steel choice to embrace absurdity and has zero shame about being less than polished. So, Hal blurting out his every thought to an apparently oblivious Equius is funny to people in the same way it would be if it were you. How you were supposed to predict that is beyond you, though. Why would you know that Hal would react to Equius like that? Sure, they have overlapping robotics interests, but that's not a personality trait. You're not gonna tell Hal to check out your therapist because he's got a metal hand. You wouldn't say that Equius is hot, either. He's not repulsive or anything. He's just a guy with a body who you happen to like as a person. You'd absolutely suggest him as a medical professional, and if they'd been at the same event, you wouldn't be trying to keep them apart. Is Equius hot? Ah, fuck, this is another thing where you can't judge that well, isn't it? Is he hot? You ask, finally. Honestly, as asexual supreme, I relate to that. It's like, people think this? Have you seen the way that shirt sticks to him? Or seen his perfect hair? Or heard his goddamn voice? Hal asks. It starts off as a demand, but fades into something wistful. He has muscles. That's not interesting, and neither is his hair. He does have a soothing voice when he's doing medical shit, though. I do appreciate that. He's a good guy, you say. It's about the best that you have. Do you think he'd like me? He asks worriedly. He's biting at his lip like his nerves are getting the better of him. I think you're cool. I think everyone should like you. Unless you're purposefully being an asshole, in which case that's on you. I think you're gonna have to go to Karkat for actual advice. If you're asking me to wingman you here, then my offer is gonna be that next time he's changing my eyes out, I'll open with, "Hey, do you like having your fingers in a strider? Why not try Hal?" So, the choice is yours, man. You say, with faux enthusiasm. God, fuck no. Don't do that. How the hell am I the one out of the two of us who hasn't been dating someone more or less consistently for the last decade? Hal whines. Well, if you don't want my proven dating advice, you're just gonna have to ask Karkat for advice. He loves that shit. Anyway, I'm gonna go before I suggest more pickup lines to you and you throw things at me. You tell him and turn to leave. Good instinct, Hal grumbles. You hold the door open for Beck, who happily trots through, and pause there for a second, looking back at Hal. Hal catches your eye and points a finger at you. Whatever you're going to say, he starts. You could say something like, "Hey Doc, maybe you can help me. I think I've got a deficiency in vitamin U," you say with a broad grin. You retreat and shut the door in time to avoid a mouse mat to the face. You pause for a moment or two and crack it again. "Hey Doc, I think I'm behind on my shots. I hear you could get those in your ass sometimes, so maybe..." You start. "Leave!" Hal yells at you, and you wisely retreat. Not that you can stop yourself from laughing. You're gonna have to make up a list of these to message him. More than that, you're going to have to tell Solix about this so he can get in on this too. You and Beck leave, your mood lifted a little from seeing Hal and Solix. You're not all that far away when it sinks in again, though. The reason for that is because you nearly run into Bro going the other way within a minute of leaving. There's a moment where the two of you stare at each other, but it's broken when he dips through a wall. Ugh, you should be grateful that you're not going to have to deal with him, but you hope that Bro isn't going to creep on Hal or anything, especially if Hal is going to be saying anything about his feelings for another guy. Hey, can you do me a favor? Kinda busy, Dave. No, I know, it's just, I think I saw Bro heading in the direction of your office, and without you there to see him, then Hal isn't gonna know. Do you think you could see if Sai wants to check if he's there and slam dunk him for being a creep if he is? I take it back. I have time for that, for sure. Sai's on his way. Hell fucking yes. Okay, I'm gonna let you focus, so bye. You feel bad for interrupting Solix's day, especially as things are clearly going somewhat off-script for him. You can catch up with him tonight at least. When you get through the doors of your hive, you find that you're on your own, so you retreat to your own room and sit down at your desk. The idea of trying to fix this problem with your family all at once pulls at you again, so you figure that you'll lean into the doc's suggestion of making a pro and con list. After a good deal of deliberation and a pause partway through to shout "hey" back through your door when Karkat returns home, you have a working list. Dave's actually considered pro and con list for the big family fix. Pro, having to psych myself up for one big thing is going to be less stressful in total than lots of one-on-one encounters that freak me out. Con, that's still more stressful than a one-person thing that was already hella stressful. Con, I'm also assuming that it will all get fixed in one encounter and not go on, which would just be more stressful long term, and also I had to do a big thing. Pro, if I have everyone there at once, I'm more likely to get everyone's accurate story of what happened since they'll correct each other. Pro, they also won't have time to make a Dave apology walkthrough guide for each other by comparing notes. Con, There's a bunch of them and only one of me, so it's gonna feel like I'm on the defense here, and maybe I'll fold or something. Con, I could just be setting up a situation where the people I've accepted apologies from get yelled at by those who I haven't, and that'd suck. Pro, if I get this done quickly, then there won't be so much tension between the rest of my family. Like, people won't be mad at Hal, and Dirk and Jake can sort their shit out. Pro, I can get my family back if they apologize right, and things can go back to normal, or normaler. Con, if they stand by not being sorry, then what the fuck do I do? And, like, if I don't have that confrontation, I can just pretend it's fine. And yes, Doc, I can see what that looks like. Shut up! Pro, if I can get this apology shit squared away, then that'll be a big stressor gone, and maybe I can not be such a fucking disaster, and I could get Solix back, maybe. Pro, any plan that has a chance of me getting better so I can get Solix back, I'm behind. He's so good, like, goddamn. Pro, if I get my family back, then I have a support structure, or whatever you called it, I forget the name, but you said it's meant to help. Pro, I'm just real fucking tired of being angry at people. It's exhausting, and I want it done. Con, I've got no clue how I'd manage that whole meetup, and even Dad, Karkat, and Hal can't really help because they were still part of it, and I don't want to fake this, but I know I might if it's easier. Con, what if they're not sorry? Pro, what if they are, and I'm just fucking around drawing this out for no reason, and this one-by-one way is worse for everyone? Pro, what if the others think that the order that I talk to them in one-by-one means something about how much I like or trust them, and even if the one-by-one thing works, I've screwed our relationship up in the future because I didn't get to them soon enough, so surely all at once is fair. That's 11 in favor and 7 against. That's looking pretty promising. You push away from your desk with a sigh. You need to get away from this. No matter how many points in favor you have, the idea that your family could just dogpile you and you'd smile and say shit is fine is the real sticking point. You don't know how to get past that. Normally, you'd look at maybe getting back up in this situation, but all the people... Normally, you'd look at maybe getting back up in this situation, but all the people you'd normally go to for something like that are involved. You and Karkat are chill now, but he's not neutral on this, and Solix is really clear that he's not getting dragged into saying whether Karkat was right or wrong. The last thing you want to do is fuck up his relationship with Karkat. You can't bring Jake because of his situation with Dirk. You wouldn't forgive yourself if you split up their marriage. And who else can you bring? Gamzee or Aradia? Neither of them is neutral on this, or diplomatic in the slightest. Terezi's biased and was semi-involved. Jade's biased the other way, so that's not fair. You're just gonna have to figure it out or shelve the plan entirely. Until you can work your way out of that situation, you can't move forward. If you can't move metaphorically forward, then you're absolutely moving forward out of this room before you drive yourself nuts. You open your door and falter when you see more people than you'd expected. As much as I see your point, Signless, I'm not sure that this was entirely right. Obviously, the way that Karkat rejected your advice was hurtful and dismissive, and... Oh! Cancri looks up at you. He'd previously been looking at Signless, who has sat on the far end of the lounge plank. I didn't mean to interrupt, you say uncertainly, as your eyes flick between Signless, Cancri, and Karkat. Cancri is in the middle between the two other Vantuses, who are camped out on the far ends of your new-to-you lounge plank that Solix took from Karkat's old place. It's your hive, too. Cancri's just helping us... Karkat trails off and waves his hand around like that explains the whole situation going on here. Signless chips in with something unintelligible. Signless says he doesn't mind you continuing, so long as me and Dave don't mind. I don't mind. Dave? Karkat asks, glancing at you. I'm good. I just wanted a snack and a change of space, but if you're busy, I can go back. You offer. Nah, go ahead. It's your hive. So, Cancri, you were saying about me being hurtful and dismissive? Karkat says that last part with an unhappy sigh. The point I was trying to make is that the two of you have very analogous issues and outlooks, but you aren't the same person. On top of that, there's a power imbalance caused by age. Not to say that Silas is trying to exploit that at all. Cancri starts back up. Silas starts speaking, and Karkat raises his hand and listens, making Cancri stop. They've worked out a system for the three of them talking. It's fascinating enough that you pause instead of heading right to the snack cupboard. Silas says that he's not sure about that. He wasn't much older than us when he died, and he's not sure if time since then counts, given that he wasn't living. Karkat translates for him. That may well be the case, and I absolutely am not intending to dismiss Silas's experience or his take on his own status of unlife. But even with that said, he's been conscious for more time than you have. Even if we disregard the fact that he is your ancestor lends him a certain authority, regardless of whether he intentionally wields it or not. I think that Silas needs to understand that even if, from his point of view, his advice comes to you as someone who has been through a similar situation and is merely trying to save you pain and help you understand, well, it can come across differently. You are his descendant, and you will likely receive his advice with a level of authority and perhaps even lecturing, if that isn't too pejorative a term, and due to your own problems with authority, you're more likely to reject said advice or react badly to it. In a way that you wouldn't if you got the same advice from Dave, for example. I hope you don't mind me saying that, Dave. If you do, then please let me know. I wouldn't want to make you uncomfortable, Cancri says in one long run of words. I'm cool, you assure him, making Karkat roll his eyes at you, but not comment. I think you have something with the whole Silas isn't a peer part, and I'd argue against the accusation of me having issues with authority, but I don't think I can reasonably claim that after everything I've done. Karkat starts. You hear Silas snort and say something with a shake of his head. Yeah, fair. That's definitely a shared thing. So, I'm not shooting down the idea that the authority thing isn't part of it. I hadn't thought about it much until you said it, but I'm not gonna say that you're wrong. Maybe that's bubbling underneath and I need to... Karkat hesitates. Do some introspection and self-work on the subject? Cancri suggests as you absently paw through the snacks and completely listen in on all of this. Sure, that. For me, the problem was, A, I didn't want to talk about it at all, and Silas kept bringing it up, though I know I did it back in a way that was probably petty, and B, he had the same problems, and he didn't handle it great either. I take issue at someone giving me advice about a problem when the guy in question just shoved part of the issue down and it happened to shake out okay. That's not good advice or dealing with the problem, so him telling me that I need to deal with my shit is hypocritical and it got under my skin, Karkat argues. Silas starts talking at length, and Karkat has to pause him after a little bit. Hold on, let me just repeat that or I'm gonna lose track, he says quickly, and Silas nods. Silas said that he hadn't meant for his words to come across as preachy, and he doesn't consider himself above me. He just thinks that there's no point in me wasting my life and not doing what I want that when I don't appreciate how unfairly short life can be. That if I... Karkat pauses, and Silas goes on for a bit more. That he only wanted to help, but he can see how the ancestor thing puts a spin on it that he doesn't feel is there, but he recognizes that his perception isn't the be-all and end-all. He then goes on to say that I really need to sort my own personal problem out without going on to talk about how that can apply to him too, and we're back to him being hypocritical again. Karkat, please don't add in like that. It's not fair, Cancri reminds him. Karkat grumbles and leans back against the cushions in what is obviously a sulk. I don't know why the two of you are so determined to push each other's buttons in this way, Cancri says in his best, not mad but disappointed, tone. Silas says he's just trying to help, Karkat says, then after a pause, adds, So I guess I'm just super ungrateful. This is why I didn't want to... Ugh! I want to be able to work with you and see you, Silas, but you can't leave it the fuck alone! Karkat, we discussed language in our ground rules. I've already let a few slide, but please. As for you, Silas, you should know full well that unwanted help is not help at all. I would suggest that you also do some introspection about why you feel the apparently irresistible urge to keep poking at this subject when Karkat, for better or worse, is not receptive to what you have to say. Are you sincerely trying to help him and that's your only motive, or are you trying to prove something to yourself or fix your own issue with this? I think until you can answer that question, you two need to agree to take this topic off of the table. Cancri tells them both, looking at each of them, despite obviously only being able to see Karkat. Signless says something in a clearly displeased tone, and you watch as Karkat's lip twitches up in the beginnings of a snarl. His body language is tight and angry all over. He says that he's gone all this time not being able to talk to anyone, and now that he can, we're telling him to shut up, when he's only trying to make my life easier for me. That I have the advantage of living in such peaceful times that I shouldn't get in my own way by making things more difficult for myself, Karkat says through gritted teeth. Oh, absolutely not. No, not at all. Signless, this conversation is over. You have no right to live vicariously through Karkat. No matter how altruistic you think your motives are, it gives you no right to dictate how Karkat lives his own life. I will absolutely not allow you to speak through him if you're going to be speaking like that. I'm willing to pick this up again if you can be polite and courteous. I appreciate that you've been dead for a long time and you have your own emotional needs and your own issues. I'm sure I couldn't even begin to understand the depth of suffering those must place on you, but you do not get to act like this, and I won't enable it. You need to take a step back and only come back to this discussion when you're... Cancri goes on, but Signless has bailed partway through in an angrily tearful swoop of his cloak. He's gone, Can. Karkat sighs. I am very disappointed in him. Cancri tuts. I feel awful. I know we made some progress, and I know in part that he's right, but... Karkat gives up and slides down the cushions miserably. He's treating you like a vehicle for his own desires, which, although understandable given his lack of contact with anyone for so long, is inexcusable, Cancri says firmly. I guess. I just feel guilty about it is all, Karkat mumbles. Cancri looks over at you, and you realize that you've been staring at them this whole time, probably pretty blatantly. In a panic, you let your mouth get ahead of you, but this time at least it's on the right track. Do you do that a lot? You ask. I will need to ask you to be more specific, Cancri replies. This whole mediating thing, you ask, and then, because this is Cancri, you add on, I didn't mean that in an Ashen sense or anything. I wasn't implying that, but this whole getting in the middle thing, you didn't seem to be on anyone's side, but it was like you were refereeing that. To an extent, I do, yes. With my work, debate and argument over issues is the mechanism for how things get done, but I'm not always personally involved with my own arguments, and sometimes you have to make sure that another debate is being fairly handled without getting involved too much yourself. Karkat and Signless both have their points here, but I refuse to allow either of them to treat the other badly or for the conversation to get unproductive. Cancri answers you. You look at Beck as if to confirm that he heard that too. He was by your side as you made that whole list. There's the minor hitch of Beck being unable to read, but you're gonna ignore that. Could you do that for anyone? You ask him slowly. I'm pretty sure he's not gonna be able to help with Bro. That man is well beyond the point of reasoned discussion, Karkat says, looking at you with no small amount of alarm. Yeah, no kidding. I wasn't thinking of Bro. You laugh, without much amusement. You'd prefer to never interact with Bro again, but there you go. Why are you asking about this, if you don't mind me asking? Cancri questions you politely, arching an eyebrow that's identical to one of Karkat's, but somehow more polished and refined. Those eyebrows have definitely clocked fewer hours in scowling than Karkat's champions have. You falter, your eyebrow mental monologue throwing you off. I'm not talking to most of my family right now because of the whole thing. Because of them releasing your information to the whole ship without your permission, Cancri fills in. Right. I'm talking to Karkat, Hal, and my dad again, but not the rest of them. I don't want to keep singling people out to try to mend fences, and I know that'd cause issues of who got forgiven or whatever in what order. I partly want to rip the bandage off and do them all at once, having everyone who was involved there, but if it's them and me, then they're just going to overwhelm me with numbers alone, and they'll back each other up. And as much as I'd normally ask Karkat to help, you start. I'm not exactly a bystander in this. I'm the whole reason this thing happened in the first place. I can't act like I'm on your side now and have nothing to do with them. Not to mention, my position on this isn't the same as yours anyway, Karkat says. Right, and I don't want to let them turn this around on you, Hal, and Dad. I don't want to have Jake for backup because of the situation with him and Dirk, and Jade would blatantly be on my side. You list off. Are you asking for a neutral third party to ensure that the conversation happens without people speaking out of turn or browbeating you into their position? To ensure that people are heard and that the whole debate doesn't devolve into anything overly personal in terms of remarks made, or to ensure that people don't cross a line like Silas did back there? Cancri asks carefully. I guess? Is that weird to ask? I just don't want to back down and say that everything is fine when it's not, and maybe this was a weird thing to ask. Sorry, I shouldn't have... You move away from the snack cupboard without taking anything from it. You shouldn't have come out here like this and turned their moment into something that can benefit you. It's not a weird thing to ask. I simply wanted to know your expectations. I must point out that no one is truly neutral. I personally think this conspiracy was an awful idea, but I can't say that I would have gone ahead with the plan that happened. Regardless, this is the situation that we find ourselves in. I know that Karkat values you a lot. He always has, and I have no objections to helping you out with regards to your personal dilemma. I would endeavor to be useful and impartial as best as I can. If you could take time to consider what it is you really want and what the lines that you don't want crossed would be, then I can get a better idea of whether this is something that I can do. If you do that and we're both in agreement, then I can make contact with whomever you want to invite so that I can check the same with them and keep in mind any topics that would be especially troubling or off-limits for all of you. That way, we can better set ground rules for a productive discussion with a resolution in mind. Additionally, if you know what criteria, if any, that you have in mind for a successful resolution, then that would be very good to include as well. Cancri says thoughtfully, and you relax a little. Yeah, it'd be helpful to set certain things as off-limits and to be aware of the relationships between everyone else. I know there's a lot of tension between Hal and the other Striders. Plus, if you were talking about power imbalances, then their dad absolutely has influence over all of them. Karkat adds helpfully. That is a very good point. Cancri agrees. I guess I should talk to my doctor about this then. I'd feel better about it if I had some kind of... If I had someone kind of keeping it fair. It definitely takes some of my points against the idea away, if you're willing to do that. You say. It does soothe a few of those worries. That sounds like a very smart course of action. I can share my calendar with you if that would be helpful. I assume that you have access to those of your siblings. Alternatively, if you would like me to invite people in your stead as a way of taking pressure off, then I can do that for you. Cancri offers. Oh, wow, that's a lot, man. Are you sure? I didn't even mean to come out here asking all of this, but seeing all of that seemed like some kind of magic solution or whatever. You say in surprise. I really don't mind at all. I do enjoy this part of my work a lot, and I feel like I owe you. Cancri says, and you're fully prepared for him to say that he owes you for all the balancing shit you've done, but you were kind enough to take Karkat into your hive. As much as I like Karkat, I don't think we were meant to live together, and I've really enjoyed our relationship over the last number of months. It had started slipping back after some time living together again, so you opening your home to him has greatly helped us both. Besides, you are a very dear person to Karkat, and I would be remiss to not help you when something so very clearly in my wheelhouse arises as a means to do so. Oh, well, you're welcome. It's not like it's been hard for me. Karkat's a great hive mate, you say in surprise. Really? Karkat asks, his voice small and hopeful. Yeah, man, we both said that before. You fit into this place so easily, and Solix loves having you around, even when you call him out on wearing shoes indoors. Having you around all the time is great, you say honestly, and Beck barks in approval. Well then, let me know if and when you want to move forward with this. As for you, Karkat, I am sorry that today didn't go exactly as you wanted. I'm still willing to try again whenever I have availability in my calendar. I think that Signless really needs to work on his own issues as best as he can, and you... Cancry falters for a split second and glances at you. It's so quickly that you nearly miss it. Nearly. Need to think about what we discussed before. Really, you know the argument at hand, so I needn't go over it now. Nonetheless, I think I'll leave you some space now to process. Thank you for letting me help with this. He finishes. Thanks for helping, Karkat says sincerely, if a little glumly. You two will get there in time. I have every confidence in you both. I'll see you around, and I'll wait to hear from you, Dave. Cancry nods at you both and lets himself out as formally as possible. We're both going to Cancry for help. What have things come to? Karkat jokes weakly. He closes his eyes and slides down a little lower on the cushions, clearly worn out from the conversation. You don't mind me asking him for his help? You ask Karkat warily. You don't know Cancry all that well, and mostly you know him as Karkat's older brother who's always had such a stick up his ass about everything. Obviously he's grown up somewhat, and Karkat's different around him now, but it's still a weird connection to make. I don't mind. I wouldn't have predicted it. It makes a lot of sense, though. If you're trying to stop this whole situation being about taking sides or not, then having Cancry around is smart. He's also really good at all the rhetorical arguing shit, so if anyone can put their foot down on the verbal shenanigans that Rose can pull, then it'd be him. He could just see that shit, plain as day. Karkat tells you. He has a point there. Rose can talk people in circles without any sweat. It's normally great because she's normally on your side, or at least doing that to people you don't care about. You're less keen when it's directed at you. I should talk to my doc then, you say. You go snag your tablet, modify your pros and cons list, and add in a bit about who Cancry is and what he's offered to do for you. You explain a little about what you're thinking and then send that off to your doc so he can have a look over it and tell you what he thinks. Reasoned and thought-out decision-making. Who'd have thought you had it in you? Needless to say that you're a little worn out mentally by all of that, and Karkat doesn't seem any better. The two of you end up watching rom-coms together, although you have to fiddle with the settings because for some unknown reason, Solix is now only watching things in English, which is a choice that confuses all of you, including Solix. The best you or Karkat have been able to get out of him is just that he feels like it, and you've got no better answers. When Solix returns home, you're still midway through your movie marathon. Karkat is crying quietly with occasional bouts of yelling at the screen. You pause the movie as Solix comes through the door. How is everything with the virus and that device? You ask him. I fixed it. It's fine. It was the palm husk of a guy who died in some freak accident. His family had kept hold of it with the rest of his stuff in his room, and they hadn't realized it was still on. It was near enough to his nightstand that it was still getting charged now and then. It was really weird being in there, Solix says with a frown. Really morbid or sad, you mean? Karkat asks, rubbing at his face to get the tears away. Yeah, I guess. It felt haunted, though. Or it did. I sent Sai to you after you sent me that message, Dave. I was just about to go in when that happened, so I went in the guy's room on my own. I don't really do the ghost thing like AA does, but that room felt so haunted. I was going to ask AA to check it out, but it stopped, just like flicking a switch. I pulled Sai back, and he didn't seem to see anything. I could have sworn... I don't know. Maybe it was just spooky, is all. Either way, his palm husk isn't infected anymore, and it's not fighting the antivirus now either. It looks like it was accessing the ship's systems somehow, but everything me and Hal checked seems squeaky clean, and our virus scanner didn't pick anything up, so I think we're good. Solix tells you both. Wait, sorry. Dave told me a bit about this when we were watching the movie earlier. Isn't there some risk that these things could blow up like Matuna's did? Karkat asks. Matuna's only did that because he was fucking with it over and over. Not all of these things are even going to be operational, let alone infected, and it's not like Matuna's pulling that again. It's fine. Besides, I caught everything in the last explosion. I'll be fine. Solix reassures you both. Solix settles down on the lounge plank with the two of you, spreading out on it instead of sitting up properly. His head ends up in Karkat's lap, which is kind of a risky gamble. Sure, he gets Karkat absently petting his hair during the nice bits of the movie, but he also get a painful-looking yank on his hair when Karkat grips it too tight during the tense parts of it. Then again, maybe the duality thing is fine with him. Your eyes drift from the screen to Solix. You take in the sight of him and try to do something that your doc has been teaching you. You feel like everything is a facade because you don't linger in and think about your feelings and thoughts as much as you could do. Too much introspection is bad, but you need some. Emotionally, you feel frayed. That conversation with Cancri and the reality of what you agreed to has worried your nerves apart like a rope, fibers of your strength peeling back. You'll recover, but you'd prefer to keep the rest of your day reasonably chill if you can. This situation now is nice, this moment. Solix is comfy and relaxed. Karkat is chill and doing something he really enjoys. Beck is chewing at a toy with contentment. It's peaceful and happy. You really like this, actually. Karkat says something to Solix, his voice rumbly and lovely. Your face is smushed against his shoulder, so you don't just hear it, you also feel it conducted through your bones. Solix says something back, his split tongue lending that duality to his honey-rich tones. The two of them together makes your skin tingle and a little shudder run up your spine. Karkat keeps talking, and you turn your head a little to look at him, the way his face crinkles a little around his eyes as he grins, his bright and janky-toothed smile, and the way that he's simply the most expressive person. He's insistent with Solix about something in the movie. You're not paying attention to that at all. And though his words are intense, there's a warmth to them that you can't deny. Karkat loves Solix. Everyone has known it for forever. This isn't a realization, as such. You've already worked out that you had feelings for Karkat back when you were both at school. You know that you're attracted to him. That fact is there, plain in front of your face. You're interested in Karkat just as much as you are with Solix. Not in the same way. This isn't pitch, but you would, in theory, like to do something with those feelings. You want Solix back, without a doubt. You want him as your partner, and you want to be his with all the romantic hate you can get. But if you take everything you've done with Solix, every romantic base or whatever you want to call it, and run it through a redder and more human emotions filter, you want that with Karkat. It's hard to keep your mental hands off of that now fully formed concept, to just let it breathe for a moment. You've not done anything wrong. Solix already knows that you liked Karkat, and so does he. The existence of having those feelings isn't going to ruin anything. You're also reasonably confident that if Karkat found out, it wouldn't be weird, he wouldn't ditch you. It feels a little scummy to have feelings for Solix's best friend when you broke up with him because you weren't stable enough for a relationship. You hope that you're not lingering or holding back because this gives you a little bit of both, like you're leeching comfort from both of them this way. You don't think you are, but it gives you a bit more motivation to sort your shit out, just to prove it. I've not been paying attention to this for ages. I'm gonna go. You announce and get up. What? This is the best part. Oh. Karkat's rant is interrupted as Beck immediately scrambles over to sit in the warm spot on the lounge plank that you just vacated. He nudges his head into Karkat's hand and whines pleadingly. I take it back. I have a replacement with an appreciation for cinema. Your presence is no longer required. Karkat smiles meanly and scratches the side of Beck's neck. He sheds a little bit more white hair on things, but I guess he's an okay Dave replacement for movie watching. Solix snickers. I see how it is, you say dramatically and sweep out of the room, only just managing to not laugh in the process. Once you're back in your own room, you know that you should sit down and send a message to your doc. Only, it seems like Kinkry's already sent you an email about the room he's thinking of using. He works fast, but then again, it's Vantis's and words, so you shouldn't be surprised. Okay, so here's the problem. The room looks right. There's enough space and seating and whatever, so that was a good pick. Thank you. I'm glad that I was able to secure you something that fits what you want. What is the problem, though? How can I help? So, the problem is that I'm picturing this in my brain and I can't figure out how to start. Well, my advice would be to begin by setting expectations. To tell everyone what is and is not on the metaphorical table, setting aside topics that you won't talk about or ideas that you are not willing to entertain at this meeting. For example, you may not be willing to go into the specifics of what your parents did to you, but you are willing to allow the fact that things were done to be mentioned as long as it is non-specific. That's just an example off the top of my nugbone, but anything like that which will set a boundary around the discussion to take place. In addition, it would be good to know about any emotional triggers that you have, and if there is anything I need to look out for there in terms of calling for a break or for the meeting to be over. In addition to any especially upsetting terms or words that will also trigger you. That's not really what I meant, but we can go back to my thing. Oh, I apologize. I did not mean to control the conversation. No, you made a good point, man. I really don't want to go into all the detail of what went down on the lab. Even if there might be some things I can talk about, I'd want to stay back from it mostly. Perhaps if you offer the information, that is fine, but people aren't allowed to ask it of you. Yeah, that'd work. Excellent. Was there anything else in my message that struck a chord with you? I don't want to talk about me and Solix and our relationship status, or whatever you want to call it. Hal knows, but I doubt he's going to tell people, but the same goes with me being in therapy, because I don't want to talk about it, but Hal does know. Noted. If they have somehow found out about either of these things, do you intend to walk out at the mention of them, or would you be amenable to me issuing a firm statement that these matters are not up for discussion, and further mentions will result in the termination of the discussion? I only ask because I feel that it is fairer to let people know about rules before enforcing them, although it is tricky in this situation when we don't wish to disclose this information if they don't know about it. Yeah, it's kind of sucky, but I guess if they do throw it out there, then we can do that. Unless they're being deliberately hurtful about it, in which case I'm out. Absolutely. I will make it clear that I will not tolerate emotional attacks in the space. As for the stuff that sets me off, because I'm still getting through that message years, wow, I think it's pretty obvious stuff. What my parents did to me, pretty much, and there's not really specific words that go along with that to make me fall apart or anything. Not that I don't fall apart, but I'm still not entirely clear on how that happens. I understand. We can't always know every detail of our own trauma, and we can react unpredictably at times. A more detailed list would be better, but I will keep what you have told me in mind. What was your original message about? You mentioned not being sure how to start. Can you be more specific? Had to scroll up a way for that, huh? What I meant was literally how to start this whole thing. Because the idea of sitting in the room waiting for everyone to arrive one by one, but not yet talking to people is awkward and uncomfortable as fuck. But also, letting them all gather there and arriving last to a full room is also really bad. Ah, I see. May I suggest that you and I arrive at the block first. You and Beck get settled and wait. Outside of the block, I can wait until everyone is gathered, go over the ground rules with them out there, and then bring everyone in at once so that we can get started without too much hive-keeping work within the space, and you don't have to wait for people to enter one by one over time. That still sounds terrible, but I think it's probably the best option. In that case, I'm going to email you the invitation that I have prepared for everyone you listed, as well as a confirmation of their names and email addresses, to be sure that I have everyone that you want to invite and their details are correct. If you could also approve of the wording of the invitation, then I can send it as soon as possible. Yeah, I guess we're doing it. Making it happen. Great. I've emailed you the invitation draft. Dude, we are literally talking right now. Why did you open the email with, Dave, as per our earlier discussion, please find the attached below? Was the invitation not attached below? It looked like it was on my screen. I can resend it. No, it's there. Never mind. You got everyone, and the invite makes sense. I'm gonna go. All right, then. I will meet you at your hive an hour before the meeting time, and we can go there together, set everything up, and I will wait outside for everyone. Cool. You close your chat, and there's that wall of text in Cakery's email again. Wow. Hello, Dave. As per our earlier conversation, please find the attached below. This is my draft of the invitation to your family. Obviously, these will be personalized with names and such, as this is merely a template. I've also taken the liberty of booking a space to hold the event in, but I have first sent you a separate calendar invitation so that you can approve this. Once you have that, I will populate the invitation below with this information. Dear blank, my name is Cankrivantus, and I am writing to you with regards to your blank, Dave Strider. Dave has previously taken a stance of no contact with people involved in the project to disseminate information about the Void to the greater community of the ship. Lately, however, Dave has started to reconnect with certain people and has expressed a concern that a piecemeal approach to reconciliation may cause unintended harm. The new goal is to bring everyone together to discuss this conflict and come to a resolution that is satisfying for everyone across the board. Dave has requested my presence as a mediating party to chair this meeting and ensure that everyone is allowed time to speak and discuss what they wish to. With this in mind, Dave has requested your presence at blank. I have cross-referenced this with your online calendars and have booked this space for blank. If this time does not work for you, please do let me know so that I can rearrange it for an optimal time. The aim of this discussion is to get clarity on precisely what happened that led to the information of the Void and Dr. Roxanne Lalonde's research being made available to the ship at large, as well as why this happened and everyone's current thoughts and feelings on the matter. The eventual aim of such information gathering is to enable, where appropriate, conflict resolution and to start down the path of reconciliation. Naturally, this may not be possible in all instances, though the hope is that, with thought and dedication, we can gain understanding and make progress. However, I am well aware that these discussions contain topics that are highly sensitive to many of you, and as such, I must lay down some ground rules which absolutely must be observed and adhered to within this meeting. Firstly, that I, as mediator of the discussion, must be listened to and my rulings respected. I have been given instructions from Dave and will be adhering to them, and my direction can be followed or else you will be ejected from the meeting. Secondly, specific details about what experiments Dave went through as a pupa are off limits. Their existence and some mention of them is likely to be mentioned at some point, and Dave is aware and understanding of this. However, too much detail is very triggering. As this is an area of nuance, please look to myself or Dave for guidance on this at the time, and if I issue a warning to let the matter go, this must be respected. Thirdly, the discussion will progress through people in phases so that everyone gets their turn, and Dave does not have to answer questions from everyone at once in a chaotic and overwhelming manner. If it is not your turn, please keep quiet and limit crosstalk as much as possible. Continued unhelpful or unwanted interruptions will result in ejection from the block. Fourthly, unpleasant language, unduly personal comments, or a generally hostile disposition will not be tolerated. If the discussion has become unproductive and merely a personal disagreement, then these parties will either be removed or the meeting will be ended. Fifthly, although everyone's feelings and experiences are valid, I would like to remind everyone that this specific meeting is about Dave, your blank. So I would urge you to enter into this meeting in the spirit of compassion, patience, and understanding. Please respond to this message at your earliest opportunity. In addition, if you would like to access professional help in dealing with your own mental well-being, or would like to talk to someone about your emotional state, then I would urge you to follow the links on the ship's wellness pages that can be accessed through the Atuan intranet. Kind regards, Cankrivantus. Oh, wow, you're gonna stop reading there, as the guy's email signature is a mile long. Seriously, it's filled with all manner of badges indicating various causes that he supports, links to all kinds of support and articles about all sorts of shit. You send him back a message that pretty much says, yeah, that looks good, because he's used up everyone's word allocation for the next year at least. You shoot your doc a message. He gets back to you right away and says that he's got a gap between clients right now where he'd usually be doing paperwork, but since you left decently early at the end of your last session, he can give you a call now if you're up for it. You do call Cotard and explain your full pros and cons list, as well as what Cancri offered to do for you. You run through your feelings about the whole thing so that he can give you his best opinion on the entire thing. So, is this a good idea or not? You ask finally. I think that your pros and cons list is well thought out, and I've heard Mr. Vanta speak before, so I've no doubt he'll be dogged and... No, sorry, Cinnamon Toast, I didn't mean you. He'll be persistent in maintaining order. I can see that much. Cotard begins. But, you ask. I think you need to be committed to walking out if it gets too much. Avoiding confrontation isn't exactly healthy, but it's the lesser of two evils here. Cancri's rules definitely build in the expectation that you can leave, but you need to commit to doing that if you have to. He tells you. It's like scrubbing a mission when the situation gets too dire. You just have to cut your losses and get out while you can. You nod. You don't like it, but you're able to grasp the concept just fine. Exactly. I would also say that the point you made about this not being a one-time thing is very likely. Hal had a very dramatic shock to his system to change his mind. Your father was a step removed from the situation, and his concern was paternal protection. It's unlikely that they all did what they did for neatly wrapped-up reasons. Not to mention, all of this is entangled with your shared traumatic childhood. It may well be the case that you get through to them, but it's not resolved then and there, and everyone has to process for a while. Cotard warns you. It took time for me to feel better about Hal, and he was sorry from the get-go. You admit. There you go. If you go into this expecting it all to be resolved instantly, then you're setting yourself up for failure. However, if you use this opportunity with Cancri to clear up how and why things happened and state your positions, then it could be valuable. You're just not likely to get emotional resolution from it that day, he says. I hate that, but it makes sense. At least it would get a lot of the really shitty questions and explanations out of the way for everyone all at once. Even if I've got to meet some of them one by one again after, or talk to them on Trollian, then that part is done, right? I guess, you say, as you try to think this whole thing through. That's a very good way of looking at it. If you manage your expectations going in and know your limits, this will be far less stressful and considerably more productive. When you've got all the details for when this meeting is, I can see about getting you the soonest spot afterwards, and then we can do a dissection on the whole thing. Cotard says cheerily. You don't really want to be dissected. Actually, that makes you feel a little... Wait. I just realized that I should say something. You say dumbly. Oh? Your doc says. You said dissection and it made me all... You make a noise that's akin to a verbal shudder and a gag at the same time. That's the kind of thing I should tell you, right? Or even Cancri, since he wanted to know for the meeting if there were words that triggered me or whatever. Well, trigger is actually the medically appropriate term for that. In this case, it's a word that has clinical and medical implications, which I can see might make you feel unpleasant. I apologize. I'll make a note of it. Cotard says, his tone matter-of-fact instead of patronizingly pitying. I don't think you need to write it down, man. It's just a word. I knew what you meant, and it's stupid to feel all weird about it. It doesn't matter. You pause, and you can almost hear the look on Cotard's face. Okay, so if I noticed that I felt bad about it, told you that, and then realized I was dismissing that, does that give me enough credit to counter the slide into it doesn't matter that I did there? Am I still winning? You don't win at therapy, Dave. Cotard sighs. Not with that attitude. You shoot back. Send me the email, Dave. And look at those worksheets I sent you about managing anxiety, too. Cotard says and hangs up. You can totally win at therapy. He's just saying you can't so he can throw you off the scent. You're on to him. You're going to win therapy. In this multiplayer battle royale that's going to be this meeting, you'll be in first place. You're also not going to question whether framing it in your head this way is smart and or healthy, because that's not winner talk. You know what is winner talk? Taking a break to eat food. I need to do that. I'm going to do that. And also, I'm not gonna lie, I randomly got really sweaty and shaky. I don't understand why. I'll be back in a few, and no, don't apologize for the Kangry monologues. I'm just that powerful. I would say I could do that without breaking a sweat, but I literally just admitted that I... You know what? Don't worry about it. I'm gonna... Hopefully, whatever is happening to me right now, God, I do really want pasta, but I think that'll take a little bit too long. I'll probably make pasta after the stream, because I do really want pasta, but I'll have to find something that's a little bit faster. Like, ideally something that I can microwave. Microwave. I was trying to say microwave correctly instead of what I always do, which is microwave. But I caught myself just a little bit too late, and I ended up with microwave. Which, I guess, given how sloppily the American accent speech is, it's a negligible difference, but who cares? Anyway, I will be back in some amount of minutes, and I'll eat food. Awesome! Anyway. I'll be back. And hopefully I'll be less weirdly shaky. What the fuck? Yeah, I'm gonna eat. Wee. And I'm not gonna forget to turn on the music. I'm not gonna forget. I'm gonna be so smart, and I'm gonna do it right. And I'm gonna do that now. Wee. Hey gang. I eated. I'm the food eater. It's me. Would anyone be surprised if I said I wasn't very dexterous right now? Hopefully not, because it's just gonna be expected. I also grabbed a couple of Reese's peanut butter pumpkins, which is like if a Reese's cup was pumpkin shaped and didn't have the like second smaller brown wrapper. Yeah. It's literally just a different shaped peanut butter cup and without the second smaller brown wrapper, which is better because the small brown wrapper, when you have to peel it off, it always takes some of the chocolate with it. Like, I'm having such a problem with all of them lately. Like, they're just stealing all of the chocolate off of my peanut butter cup. And it's not fair. So I'm having the pumpkins instead. I do think that eating some food is helping. Internally, I feel less weird now. My hands are still not the most dexterous and stable, but, you know, we vibe. I don't know, man. Yum. The Vibers. That's us. We're the Vibers. Okay. Whew. Okay. Seriously? Make up your mind. Are we hot or are we cold? Because a moment ago we were sweaty and warm, and now you're acting like we're cold. And yes, I just drank a cold beverage. That doesn't give you the right to shiver. Sorry. I'm having an argument with my body. Be a temperature. Ideally a normal one. Okay, I think I'm just about ready to get back to it. Fuck off. I would love to be haunted by Solix. Are you kidding me? Are you squidding me right now, bro? Alright. Well, speaking of winning, let's get back to some winner talk. Am I right? The idea is... Captain... Yay! Yay! You know... I thought about that. I thought about that pun one time. And I literally had to write it down into a, into one of my, planning documents for one of my fics, which, tragically, it's not Twitey, so, I don't know if it'll ever get written. But, I definitely wrote down, like, okay, here's a conversation because I have to put the word captivating in here somewhere. It's really good. Alright. I think I'm normal enough. Oh, goodness, I just saw how long we've been live. I'm scared. No, I guess that adds up. We had kind of a long intro, and then 2 hours on top of that. Still, though. Let's get mad. If we're gonna explode, let's at least explode with some dignity. That... My auditory memory, like... the slightest little common phrases can cue really specific quotes in my brain. I'm sure we've talked about this. Like, every time I go, all right, there's still a tiny little part of me that thinks, all right, everything begins with your stance. From, Do It For Her, Steven Universe. Yeah, see? Um, yeah, my mental soundboard, cued by the slightest little vague reminder, is extensive to the point of being almost Striderian. Let's get... Speaking of Striders... Yeah! I heard that in my head. Anyway, speaking of Striders, let's get back to the action. I don't know what that voice that I'm doing is. Alright. Everything begins. God damn it! God damn it! I can't escape it! Okay. For real this time. Once more with feeling. Let's get back to the chapter. Days later, you don't feel like you're winning. You try to control your breathing as you sit on the armchair in the event space that Cancry booked for your little meeting. This one is more of a casual business brainstorming space. There's a meeting table that you can lower from the ceiling with a button, and lots of chairs of varying levels of comfort. Dropping a table from the ceiling is so whimsical sci-fi. You've got your comfy coffee break armchair, and over across from you are the matching sofa sets, but you also have the semi-casual / semi-padded upholstered meeting chair type. The ones that are never quite wide enough to fidget about in, but have the built-in arms to stop you sitting any way that's not the designated manner of sitting. There aren't quite enough spaces on the sofa sets, so some people are going to have to go with the meeting chairs. You're trying to distract yourself by wondering who that'll be. It's better than thinking about what's about to happen. You came here with Cancry as planned, but because you live with him, Karkat came too. Cancry very firmly wouldn't let him stay in the room with you, so now they're both standing outside waiting, leaving you and Beck alone in the room. What the fuck? There's somebody outside making noises. Why is my window so paper thin as to be able to hear everything? Sorry, where was I? Cancry told you more or less what he would tell everyone about this meeting when they arrived. You're not sure that they're going to like it, but at least if Karkat agrees with it, they might listen. None of your siblings are fantastic at doing what someone else tells them to do, especially if they don't see any reason for the person telling them something to have the authority to do that. I'm currently sitting cross-legged on this chair, and you should see the kind of disasters that I get up to when I'm not focusing. Sitting in chairs is a whole thing with me. And that's gonna get really funny here in a second. Beck rubs his face in your hands, reminding you to pet him so you have something to do with your hands. The act of caring for him and the tactile sensations of his different fur lengths soothe you, at least partially. You jump when there's a knock on the door. You have a moment to compose yourself before Cancry steps through and gestures into the room for everyone to go inside. Karkat comes through first, but lingers near the doorway. Dad comes through next and gives you a concerned look before assessing the seating situation. He walks into the room and sits down on one of the less comfy meeting chairs. After him is Hal, who shoots you a nervous half-smile and perches on the arm of the sofa closest to you on the right. June is right behind him and sits on the sofa right next to him properly. After that, Jane sits down next to June, filling up that small sofa. On the next one, Rose and Kanaya sit down together. Dirk doesn't sit with them, but stands right by them. Roxy is the last in the room and looks around unhappily. Well, shit, all the good seats are gone. She groans. Wait, are they? Ah, fuck. Karkat hisses, only now looking around at the seats. I did mention earlier about language. Kankri sighs, but shuts the door to the meeting room anyway. We did also tell you that a rule like that won't work, June says with a grin. Yeah, with your family and Karkat here, it's pretty sure that cursing is going to happen. I'm sure everyone will be on their best behavior, Dad says, not directly telling all of you to watch your mouths, but effectively doing it. Karkat and Roxy take their seats in the less comfy meeting chairs, and you watch Karkat struggle to find a comfortable position, eventually going still because Kankri gives him a look. Oh shit, you're gonna get the Karkat doesn't know how to sit in chairs show. You haven't been witness to that since the classes you had in school in the rooms with the terrible chairs. The ways Karkat could contort himself on those were frankly amazing. No wonder he's so flexible. Please, sit, Kankri says, as Karkat slowly pulls both feet up onto the chair seat, as if him moving slowly means that Kankri can't see him. It's not Karkat that Kankri is looking at, it's Dirk. Dirk, who is standing by the sofa that Rose and Kanaya are on. I'm fine, Dirk says. Kankri fixes him with a look. The Vanta's face is incredibly expressive in all iterations. You've seen Karkat give people scathing looks about their stupidity that are so strong they could peel the paint from the walls. The look Kankri gives Dirk suggests that he wasn't asking if Dirk wanted to sit or not, and that his response of, I'm fine, is so off base that surely Dirk must have had some kind of brain malfunction, and such a fatal error requires careful attention so that he can accurately report it to the medical authorities later. Dirk, don't be rude, please, Dad says. You can see Dirk's mouth start to form around the but that opens his objection, but between the look that Kankri is giving him and the stern fatherly disapproval from Dad, he stands no chance. Dirk sits on the arm of the sofa by Rose after all. Kankri nods and wheels a comfort-free meeting chair in place and sits down primly. As I mentioned before, the purpose of this meeting is to try to mend the relationships between all of you and Dave. My purpose is to facilitate that conversation, to make sure that the lines of conversation are productive and fair, as well as ensuring that everyone gets enough time to speak. I am aware that there is an especially contentious issue on the table regarding the virus and the leak of Dave's information. However, I would perhaps suggest that we begin with something else to ease into this. Are there any other questions that anyone has for Dave at the moment, or anything else unrelated to the aforementioned topics that they would like to bring up? Kankri asks, waving his hand in the general area of everyone who isn't you. Are you okay? June asks you immediately. That's kind of a big question, you tell her lamely. Fine. You and Jade broke up. June starts again. Why would you open with that? You hear Kanaya groan quietly. Not asking you. Are you okay with the breakup? I couldn't even get anywhere near you to ask if you were okay or to check on you or anything. Jade said that it was all okay and that you two were fine, but are you? June asks, looking from Kanaya and back to you. Oh, well, that's something. You look down at Beck and run a finger gently down his muzzle and the short white fur there. It sucked, but it was mutual. Well, no, it wasn't mutual at all. I didn't want to break up, and it sucked really badly, but the more we talked about it, the more I get it. I wouldn't want to make her stay with me now that I know what I do. Besides, we're still cool. We've talked loads, and we're still trading back between us. It stings a little still, but I got over it. You tell her with a shrug. Hal is keeping his face deliberately neutral, and Karkat gives you the look he gives his romance movies when it's the sad bit before things get better again. I wish I could have been there to help, June says softly. Nah, most of that was on planet, so there's no way you could have. Besides, it's going around, you say, and shoot Karkat a look. Oh, fuck you! Karkat retorts instantly. Karkat? Cankry warns him. I mean that lovingly? Karkat tries. Wouldn't that make it more inappropriate, not less? Roxy points out. It would, yes, Cankry says flatly, and Karkat dramatically flings both of his arms in the air in surrender. You just bite down on the reply. I'm okay with that, as the few brain cells you have catch how that sounds and how it's far too close to your actual feelings. Sometimes your brain does work faster than your mouth. Sometimes. Can I ask a question now? Jane asks, glancing between you and Cankry. Cankry nods, so Jane goes on. Are you all right medically speaking now? They took you to a hospital after you spaced yourself, which was so dangerous, by the way. And I know a little from the others about how you seem to be physically, but not much else, Jane says. Aqueous replaced my eyes and fixed my hearing up. That took a little time, but stepping outside the ship didn't do a load of damage. The rest was just... You hesitate. Recovering. Very nonspecific. You've managed to skirt around mentioning that you're a balancer, even though everyone in this room and even on the ship already knows. Some habits are hard to shake, it seems. Can we talk about everything else yet? Dirk asks uneasily, like you might shatter at the mere idea. Here we go. You slouch down in your chair a little and wait. As I mentioned previously, there are specifics to do with the treatment Dave experienced at the hands of your biological parents that are off limits for now, Cankry reminds everyone. Did the captain tell you that that the situation in her office would happen if you didn't do what she said? Dirk asks first. You mean, did she go, hey Dave, if you do one thing wrong, I'm launching your family out of the airlock like the meatiest rocket launcher known to man? No, she didn't sit me down and say that. You say flatly. I don't think anyone has ever said exactly that until now, Karkat says flatly as he twists in his chair and dangles a leg over the edge. I suppose it would be pretty much implied, though, Rose says, finally speaking. Not exactly. Telling people about that stuff outside of very specific circumstances would be treason, but normally you get steps between that kind of crime and throwing people out of the airlock. It wouldn't have been my first guess, but it's not like I was entirely shocked either. When you expect everyone to fuck you over eventually, you're never surprised, you say coldly as you look her right in the eyes. It was not my intention to fuck you over, as you said, Rose says. That's really helpful for me, thanks, you say, as sarcastically as humanly possible. Okay. Maybe a few apologies are in order. Cankry, help me out here. Could we structure this somehow? Roxy asks quickly, trying to diffuse things like she always does. I think that would be a good idea, your dad agrees with a nod. We could do like a... say why you're sorry or what you're sorry for thing. Then Dave could ask questions or clarify and go from him to us until we hit a point where that's as far as you're gonna go and then move on, Karkat suggests, getting out of his chair and turning it around to sit down on it sideways. That format seems acceptable, Cankry says, in the voice of someone who's mad that he didn't get the chance to propose that and is really trying not to show it. Sure. You shrug and turn your attention to Beck. We could go around the room this way, Cankry suggests. Oh, no need. Hal and Dave are fine, Dirk says bitterly, being the very example of what you didn't want to start happening. Dirk, may I remind you that I did explain that I will not tolerate personal attacks in this space. It doesn't matter if they are directed at Dave or one of you. Your comment was clearly intended to hurt, and it also calls into question Dave's judgment on the matter of who he wants to speak to, and who he has until now declined to do so. Consider this a warning against such behavior. If you make more hostile remarks about another person in this room, I will have to ask you to leave. Cancry says in a tone of polished and pristine ice. Hal is blatantly stunned, and Dirk doesn't look like he knows what to say or do, but obviously he doesn't dare to argue because he shuts all the way up. I've already talked to Hal. Our shit is sorted, you say, and you can hear your voice starting to edge into something numb. You can't do that. You need to be present for this, or it's not going to do anything for you. Taking a deep breath and holding it for a moment helps. You let it out quietly and inch closer to the edge of your seat to get more contact with Beck. You have his complete attention right now. He knows how to do his job. Good boy. Best friend. So, me then? June says. You can't think of what to say, and you look up a little helplessly at Cancry, who immediately starts talking. A good place to start might be to recount what happened with the virus from your point of view, and then Dave can ask questions, or you can. Just to get the ball rolling, as it were. Cancry tells her. Right, okay, I can do that. The first we heard about all of that was when everyone showed up at our place. June starts. Everyone being... Cancry prompts her. June points out all the Striders who aren't you, as well as Karkat and Kanaya. Me, Jane, and Dad were there already. They explained some of what your asshole parents did to you and that the captain was making you balance. It's not like we got a really in-depth version of all this, or I didn't anyway. I heard enough to know that you'd been through it and somehow ghosts are real, and also Bro is your ghost, which... Actually, is he here right now? June asks. Roxy, Dirk, and Hal all tense up at the idea. You guess they'd been so preoccupied with you that they hadn't considered that. Rose, however, looks like she's ready to fight him. He's not here. No ghosts here at all. Believe me, I'd have said and called Signless here if he was. He's actually managed to make Bro scared of him, and even if me and Signless are fighting right now, he wouldn't let that get in the way of protecting Dave. It's just us. Karkat answers before you can find the words. Good. I guess I just didn't really know what to think about everything. Obviously, I didn't want you to be hurt or forced to do whatever the captain said, and the secrecy seems generally like a bad idea, but... June hesitates. You didn't agree with the plan? You finally ask in surprise. I didn't not agree. My coding isn't great. I mean, I'm better than Karkat. June begins. Hey! Karkat snaps. Who isn't? You say immediately. Karkat turns on you and opens his mouth, but the look on Cancry's face shuts him up. It doesn't stop the filthy look that Karkat gives you, however. Anyway, I didn't know if the whole code thing was going to work. I guess we found that out. But I didn't know if that was a good idea or not on a technical level, you know? I hated the idea of you being hurt, but I didn't know how to do anything about it. No one seemed to need my help exactly. I didn't know how to read any of your medical history, and I really didn't want to. It's your history, and I'm not medically qualified. All I knew is when they started arresting our family, I punched a few people trying to stop that. June shrugs. You must have seen some of it, though. The whole ship has everything. You point out. I never looked, she says simply. So, you were just, what, neutral about all of this? You ask her finally. I don't know what you want me to say. Your information wasn't supposed to get out, and they're normally good with code. Everyone else seemed convinced it was a good idea and that we needed to save you from all of this. I didn't want you hurt more than you had been, so sure, I'll go with it. Even Dad seemed to think it was the right thing to do. What was I supposed to do? People who know about the tech and medical stuff were on board. Dad said, yeah, ghosts are real. Why would I know any better? June argues. You didn't, but you could have asked me. You argue. You weren't here. You think anyone was gonna wait? Or do you really think I could have made them? I'm sorry I didn't realize that all this was going to go as badly wrong as it did, but even if I had, no one was gonna listen to me, and I wasn't gonna call the cops on our family. June retorts. Your shoulders fall a little as sadness wells up within you. It's not that June stabbed you in the back or anything. None of this was her idea. You know damn well that none of her Strider siblings would have listened once they'd started down the path they were on. Same with Jane when she gets going, and when you consider that Dad had been blinded by parental protectiveness and agreed, what could June have done? You wouldn't have turned in your family either. This whole thing fucked up everything for me, you say quietly. I'm really sorry. Dave, you're my brother. You're my best friend. I never wanted to hurt you. I never wanted anyone to hurt you. I missed you so much when you were gone. We thought you died at one point, and now you're back and things are worse, but we still can't talk to you. It sucks, June says, obviously just as unhappy about this as you are. I missed you too. Okay, yeah, I can do this with you, you say. You don't see how June reacts because you're trying to look inwards. The doc keeps saying that part of why you can fake things so well is that you sometimes just disconnect yourself from your own feelings and wants. Obviously, not always. You have lots of feelings about things. It's just that your awareness of a lot of them is hard for you to catch. Case in point would be something like asking Solix to kiss you so you could work out if you liked him that way. It's realizing years after the fact that you had feelings for Karkat. It's being oblivious about your own mounting anxiety that you don't catch that something is wrong until you get hospitalized. So, you pay attention to your feelings. There's a tightness in your stomach that you know is anxiety, but it lessens ever so slightly as you settle things with June. On the other hand, there's a heavy sort of sadness in you, but you're not sure if you're sad that it came to this, or sad that June didn't realize the things you wish she had. You scratch Beck's shoulder for a bit and then speak. Working around the room, Jane is next. So, the first you heard about this was the same time as June, right? You ask as you look up at her. Oh, yes, that's the first time both of us and Dad heard about it. Rose explained, and she had your files. Obviously, the psychiatric experiment side is more familiar to her than me, but I needed to see the medical side of it, since she doesn't understand that as well as I did. I needed to... Jane starts, but you cut over her. You fucking didn't need to, though. You snap at her. Jane stares at you, clearly dumbfounded. I didn't... Who knows what else they'd done to you? Rose told us that they'd She starts. I will remind you again of the rules that I explained outside. Discussing the exact details of what Dave experienced in those experiments is off limits. Cancri interrupts, with enough volume to overwrite the rest of that word as it falls from Jane's lips. Beck licks the inside of your wrist. You squeeze your eyes shut for a second, trying not to reach out through Bro to see what card he sees. You couldn't pick up his sight like that after he died, thank fuck. But back then, when you had splinters of his soul in you like shrapnel, you could do it. You were very incentivized to do it well. Jane is arguing that you brought it up, but Cancri is shutting her down with cold and clinical replies. Beck licks at your wrist over and over. Gross doggy spit, his taste buds, the texture of his tongue. You had none of that then. This is now. With your free hand, you scratch at the point of your arm that always got the electrodes and turn your focus back to Jane. I told Solix that I went through shit, just enough to explain what Mom was like. I told him since he'd found out about the Void, and I could. Arati and Fazer knew a little, and I could tell them if I wanted. I didn't tell any of them more than that. You tell her, and you can hear that your voice is cold. It's not because you're emotionally disconnected this time. Instead, you're just pissed off. I can imagine how hard that is to talk about, but I had everything in front of me. I had to know. I didn't know if they'd left anything awful in you that you didn't know about. Jane argues desperately. You're not my doctor, and you can't just look at people's... I didn't want you to know. I didn't want anyone to know, and you assholes told everyone. What fucking right did you have to see any of that? You demand, anger bubbling hotly inside of you. You're my brother! She snaps. You're not even sorry, are you? You say. You're not really asking. Like, that should be a question, but you're not in any doubt here. You feel cold and heavy inside. See, this was the advantage of not having this conversation. It meant that you didn't have to know that they don't regret what they did to you. There was that possibility that it was all some misunderstanding or something that made everything right. I'm sorry you were hurt. That wasn't my intention, Jane tells you. That's not an apology of any kind. You're apologizing for how Dave received your actions rather than expressing remorse for anything you said or did. As such, that's not an apology. If you wish to apologize, you will need to do it properly, or else I would suggest not doing it at all. Cankry corrects her, as if he was explaining something painfully simple to someone deliberately obtuse. You know what? I've had enough of you, Buster. You don't have anything to do with this, and no one wants you here. Jane snaps at him. Jane? Your dad warns her. Dave wants him here. He asked him to be here, Karkat retorts, his voice dipping into something trollishly angry. You consented to me mediating this by attending, and I have plainly explained the rules to you already. Rules that exist for occasions such as this, Cankry says simply. He looks at you after that, his red eyes flickering over you, and then shifts his attention to Beck. After that, he looks back at Jane. Well, Jane starts up again. I was not done speaking. You have several options. You can either make a sincere attempt at your earlier apology, this time referencing what you actually did instead of how Dave felt about that. The topic in question, of course, being your lack of concern for Dave's privacy and your gross breach of his medical history. Though I am sure you ought to have completed a lot of training on that already, Doctor. If you don't feel willing or able to achieve that, then perhaps you can cover something you are sorry for. Alternatively, you can take my professional recommendation to sit down and be quiet. Because if you continue to break the rules of this discussion, I will have to either ask you to leave, or Dave and I will leave, thus depriving everyone after you, in the order we have started, of their chance to speak. What will it be? Cankry asks, each word sharp and precise. I don't have to listen to... she starts. Certainly not. Handily, this room is outfitted with a door. I'm sure you can find it as you came in through it. There should be a button to open it, though I am prepared to repeat those instructions to you again, seeing as you seem to have difficulty following others so far, Cankry says, in a tone that's perfectly pleasant, and yet is still the Vantis brand way of using several sentences to say what fuck off could also achieve. He's got the same kind of look in his eye that Karkat gets as well. Actually, Karkat seems to be trying to not laugh through sheer force of will alone, and you're pretty sure he's holding his breath entirely. Jane, just... Dirk whispers and motions for her to either calm down or sit down, probably both. It's not like you didn't expect this. Jane's never been great at admitting that she's wrong, or not in the moment, anyway. If you keep pushing her when she refuses to admit it, she just digs in further and further. Sit down and shut up is not bad advice here. Jane sits down, clearly seething, but silent. Cankry looks at Kanaya now, evidently giving no more time to Jane. In the interest of being transparent, I should probably say up front that I am not sorry either. Kanaya begins. Great, I guess. Thanks for saving me time. You mumble. Okay, that's not true. Kanaya, you've got to elaborate there. Karkat protests. I am not sorry. It's true, really. That kind of conspiracy only hurts people, and I never agreed to let my safety be bought at the cost of Dave's agony. The thought that I benefited from that makes me sick, and I'm not sorry that we told people about the conspiracy. Kanaya insists. Oh, this sounds like Karkat. What about the rest of it? You ask her warily. Kanaya fiddles with a seam on her skirt, her eyes downcast. I feel that I cannot simply pick and choose. We agreed to hold your information back completely. That was never supposed to get out, and I really do not understand how that happened. But that hardly does you any good now, does it? She says, looking at you. Not a lot, no. You agree. Well, there you go. There was an inherent risk in taking the information that we did, a risk in storing it however it was stored, a risk in releasing it. We accepted those risks when we acted. We accepted that we might be punished by the authorities and more. Am I sad that your information got out? Yes. I feel a deep regret that it happened, as I do that you had to go through what you did to rescue us from the captain. I'm grateful that you did, but obviously that was terrible for you. If I could do things again, I would prefer to execute things better, certainly, but I would still release the information that balancers were a thing and that the void is out there. But as I would not change the fact that we chose to tell the ship, as well as the fact that I accepted that there would be consequences and I can't time travel, it seems useless to entertain the idea. I am not sorry. I am regretful. I care for you a lot, Dave. I wish you hadn't suffered as you have, and I wish we hadn't stumbled across such private information. But you have, and we did. Kanaya continues. This is a lot like Karkat's reasoning. Why did you do it, though? You ask her. Kanaya's perfectly painted lips part for a second as a careful expression flits across her face. She breathes in for a moment or two and then sighs. You're aware of my ancestor, of Signless Psionic, and the thankfully still living disciple. I come from that legacy, and there isn't any way that I could look at a system that functions off of your silenced exploitation and not fight it. If I let that go, I couldn't have faced myself. I am no wide-eyed idealist. I entirely understand that you still have to balance, as does Karkat, Kanaya says, waving a hand at Karkat. Karkat freezes as several of you look at him. He'd been partway through struggling into a new position on his shitty chair and is now caught trying to hold the midway pose like this was deliberate, and he's sat like that this whole time, really. It's very convincing. The one leg slung over the back of the chair, a trembling arm supporting him on the seat. So comfortable and natural. I do not expect things to always be fair, but I cannot allow them to be so grossly unjust. I know Karkat felt the same. I will admit that I'm unhappy that you were so hurt and exposed in the process, and I will openly admit that the execution of our plan did not, in fact, go to plan. I regret all of that, but I cannot be sorry for doing what I know was right. If that means that you can never speak to me again, then I will be sad, but I understand. I hope you can understand too. She finishes, her voice gentle. If I talked for hours, I couldn't go over all the ways this fucked shit up for me, and fucked me up. You tell her. I wish that wasn't the case, Kanaya says simply. You could have just waited for me to come back. For someone who was doing all of the shit to right a wrong, you didn't ask me about any of it. You point out. I think that if I could do this again, I would wait, if only so the release wouldn't have been such a surprise to you and put all of us in the position that it did. I know we decided on the timing, but... Kanaya frowns. I'm gonna hold my hand up to that, Hal says with a wince, and you look at him in surprise. What? You ask. Roxy pointed out that if we told everyone really early into your mission, then it'd get scrapped and the Carapacians would get screwed over, and I said that if we did it after you got back, then people might think you did it. Being on another planet was a hell of an alibi, so that's what we went with. Hal admits. So, you had a room full of geniuses. You start slowly. And Karkat! Jin chips in meanly. I'm telling Terezi who stole her red paint in 4th grade! Karkat hisses back and whips out his palm husk. A room full of geniuses. You go on anyway. You realize that there's ghost fuckery going on. You hack into highly classified data, steal science reports, decode them, remake Karkat's virus to send it to the whole ship. None of that is too hard. But working out that you could have talked to me and given me some other alibi was just too much for you? You're all individually super smart, but you get together and you're all fucking morons. Yeah, I don't really have much of an explanation for that. Hal mumbles. Are there any more questions for Kanaya? Kankri asks, as a polite nod to get back on track. Not really. I think you're kind of in Karkat's camp here, or close to it. I hate what you did, but I can at least get the reason. I wish you hadn't done me like that, but like you said, it's not like you can change what's happened. I'm not exactly going to be rushing over to paint your claws and make popcorn, but I can I can deal with this, you say tiredly.
Oh, I wasn't actually expecting that. Thank you, I suppose. I really did not intend to cause you pain. If I can help ease things for you in any way, then just say so.
Kanaya says in genuine surprise. She really hadn't thought you were going to accept what she told you. So now, you look at Rose and Dirk. They're the next two, and you're really not looking forward to them. Here's a cool thing about people, though. Most people don't get all of their information about what people say from sound alone. People lip read more than they realize. And not only is your hearing fantastic, since that's all you had to rely on for so long, and because Equius is the best when it comes to fixing you, but you also have superhuman vision, and you can see what Dirk quietly whispers to Rose. Do you want to do this together, since... And that's as far as he gets before Rose nods.
Cancry, would you be amenable to your little ordering system being altered? There's a lot of overlap between me and Dirk when it comes to all of this, and I think talking to both of us at once would save on repetition.
Rose says politely.
Hey, what about me?
Roxy protests, clearly hurt at being cut out.
I'm not going to allow 2 of you to join up and outnumber Dave, much less 3 of you,
Cancry says firmly. You know what? You say, with spite brewing in your chest. I can deal with Rose and Dirk at once, but I'm talking to Roxy first on her own. That seems needlessly petty. Dirk sighs.
Well, suck it. If you two weren't trying to exclude me, then we wouldn't be here. So there.
Roxy retorts. Cancry looks at you skeptically and slightly judgmentally, as if to determine whether you're sincere in your petty little decision. Which you are. Besides, you need to go through what Roxy has to say eventually, so the order technically doesn't matter. As Cancry squints at you, Karkat uses the opportunity to change his position in the chair again, so he's got his feet on the seat and is sitting on the back of it.
Roxy, then.
Cancry sighs, seeing that you're set on this. Okay, why'd you do it? You ask Roxy. Straightforward seems like the best play here.
You're my baby brother. I was terrified for you,
Roxy says with a frown. It's not like I'm going to tell you that this situation with me isn't messed up or scary. I get why you all were scared. That's not the part I've got a problem with. Tell me what you did and why. You try again and pet Beck's cheeks with both hands, just so you can hide that your hands are shaking slightly.
Fine, okay, from the beginning then. I'm sure you've got a lot of this from everyone else already, but I can recap. Karkat, Rose, Kanaya, and Hal did their whole little ghost hunting thing and tried to tell me and Dirk about it. It sounded like shit, or like a bunch of really stressed out people trying to make a thing that they can focus on that wasn't you vanishing in space and shit going wrong, you know? Only then Karkat pulled his party trick with Signless, looking at something I could see, but telling Karkat so he could...
Roxy starts. I know how that works. You interrupt. Oh, that's interesting in a horrible way. You can see the faces of everyone who knows about that experiment with the cards and the electric shocks, because they all realize how that hit you.
So you and Dirk then believed the others. Go on.
Cancry prompts her, so everyone isn't staring at you like that.
Right, sorry. We got hold of Mom's files because we thought this was a space thing, and some of her research was also, well, it seemed relevant. Only it turned out really relevant. We knew we had to tell people, but we never wanted to tell anyone about you. I'm sorrier than I could ever tell you that all of that got out. Really, I am.
She insists. Sure. Why did you have to tell people? Karkat and Kanaya both went hard on this is the ethical hill I die on. Why'd you do it? You ask, smushing Beck's cheeks up and then pulling them back into a goofy smile.
I'm not going to discount the whole shady secret conspiracies equals bad thing. I for sure also think that. That isn't something we need to go over, right? We've covered that.
Roxy says. You nod distractedly and nudge your thumbs against Beck's mouth so he opens his jaw and you can stick your thumbs in there.
A real apex predator here, a descendant of wolves, and he lets you squeeze his face and knock your thumbs off his teeth just so you're distracted. He does get bored of this reasonably quick and goes, "Arr, arr, arr," and shakes your hands off. You go back to petting him normally, just so you're being nice back to him. He likes that a lot more, his eyes narrowing in doggy delight as his tail wags on the floor.
The conspiracy thing is a thing, but I was more concerned with you. Not that I wasn't concerned for you too, Karkat,
Roxy says quickly.
I'm also concerned for me, pretty much most of the time,
Karkat says, deadpan. He's slid back down onto the chair seat again now, but he's got one leg under him and one over the arm of the chair. I want to, go through this chapter again and draw all the different Karkats poses.
I get why you couldn't tell us all of this stuff, Dave. Our parents were absolute trash, and I don't know what they told you exactly, but I can guess that they threatened you with us since that was their favorite trick.
Roxy goes on. You nod. You're not getting into the details of that, but she is right.
So I get that, and I get that the captain clearly had similar, she threatened to space us to get us to do what she wanted. Even if she didn't say that to you directly, you can read between the lines, you know? I wasn't going to let her keep doing that to you. I had to make it so no one could hurt you behind closed doors like that. If it was all out in the open, then there'd be some protection.
Roxy says. You didn't ask me or wait to see what I wanted to do. That shit's full of guesses, and you just blew up everything in my face on that? You ask her sharply. Roxy pauses and looks down at her hands. They tense on her knees, and when she speaks again, it's quieter.
I'm really sorry the virus got so messed up. I'm impossibly sorry that people saw your file. I know we acted pretty recklessly, and I'm horrified that you had to do what you had to do when you saved our asses from the captain. I never thought it was going to play out that way, and I'm really sorry about that. Mostly, I'm sorry that I didn't realize you were hiding all of this the whole time, that I didn't pick up on it, and I couldn't help you, she says.
That's not an answer to what I said, you point out, but you feel like she might be getting there.
No, it's not. You're right. But I am sorry for that stuff, for real. But actually, I don't know if you remember this. Maybe you were too young. Do you remember my hair used to be really long? It was the main way our teachers told the three of us apart. It was me, then Hal, then Dirk, from longest to shortest. Mine was about here,
Roxy says and touches her waist. You shake your head. You don't think you do remember that.
Too young, maybe. So, Bro and Mom were always awful, and there was the whole thing where if you did something wrong, you'd get it, but so would the others. Mom was real bad at buying stuff back then. The drinking was way worse then. It was always bad, but she was usually way more functional. Anyway, we ran out of conditioner, and my hair just got so snarled up, and I couldn't ask Mom for...
Roxy falters, and Rose looks around at her.
Someone at school noticed, right? I think I remember that. It's a classic sign of neglect if a child shows up with their hair like that, or... God fucking damn it!
I'm upset. I'm unhappy. Ugh. Hi, Unda.
Alright, so, left off here. Okay.
That's very annoying. It's annoying of my router to do that to me. Okay.
Anyway, we ran out of conditioner and my hair just got so snarled up and I couldn't ask Mom for...
Roxy falters, and Rose looks around at her.
Someone at school noticed, right? I think I remember that. It's a classic sign of neglect if a child shows up with their hair like that or in clothes that aren't clean or the right size.
Rose says softly. Oh, no, you do remember this. Or at least you remember that Bro's response was to cut her hair somewhere between where it is now and your length. Someone worked out that your family wasn't right.
If I'd asked you if you needed my help, then you saying no wouldn't have meant anything,
Roxy says finally. She'd lied, said that she'd let her hair get like that so her parents would have to cut it for her. Everything's fine here, stop asking questions. And honestly, if your family had asked you if you wanted their help, you'd have said everything was fine too. You should probably tell your doc about this. Also, fuck your parents for being so terrible in every possible way. Your dad, the only not terrible parent you've ever had, gets up and pulls Roxy into a hug. You hold on to Beck a little tighter. On paper, you want to say that I'd have done what I did no matter whether you agreed or not. Sounds absolutely awful and not like the kind of thing you should forgive someone for. But from your Strider siblings so far, you've got motives of guilt and an attempt at redemption from Hal, and that inability to ask for help even if you need it from Roxy. Hal admitted that his motive was selfish and he regrets it, and you get that motive. You know what it's like being around your family and telling yourself that if you had known something then that you know now, it'd be different. It's a selfish motive to mess with your life, but you see the path that led him there. You know it. And with Roxy, you've both been in that position of needing an out from your shitty situation, but given how dire the consequences are, you couldn't ever take that help. You're hurt that she didn't ask or listen, and she admits that even if she had done, your answer wouldn't have mattered. That's not how you're supposed to treat people. That's not respectful or nice or treating someone like a person. Rox, I get it. I get why you did it. I hate it, but I get it. You tell her. Roxy pulls away from your dad's chest, her mascara smeared a little on her cheeks. She looks at you with wide eyes.
You get it? Do you mean...
Roxy trails off uncertainly. Do you mean that you're pissed with her, but you can talk to her when you feel able to, like with me? Hal fills in for her, and you nod. You and Hal are a lot better now. It's not so raw. There's still this air of unease when you're together, but it's lessening every time. You don't think you can talk to Roxy like how you are with Hal right now, but you can probably put her at the same starting range he was when you first talked. You're probably going to be a little frosty with Kanaya, and a lot of her deal depends on Rose. You're more or less fine with June, since she just seems caught up with it, and you still have to finish shit with Jane when the two of you are calmer and she's had more time to think. Maybe one-on-one, maybe even over text, so you're not so in each other's faces.
I think I need to go splash some cold water on my face or something, if that's okay.
Roxy sniffs. She looks like she wants to hug you, but you'd really prefer that she didn't. A break might be in order, I think. Cankry nods, and Roxy excuses herself. That sounds like a good idea. Dad nods. Mr. Egbert, you have a stain on your shirt, Cankry says politely, gesturing to his own chest to point out the area on your dad where there are black mascara smears from Roxy. It can't be helped. It's only fabric in the end. My children are more important. Your dad nods and smiles softly. Did you know that the water on the face thing doesn't work with trolls, or not with trolls who aren't aquatic? It can startle them, but it doesn't reset them like it does for us. Hal tells June. Really? June says in surprise.
Mammalian diving reflex. You mumble. Yeah, that. Hal nods.
I've never understood that. Calm a human with a hyper-aroused nervous system by getting them face-first in icy water. Nothing calms me down like the threat of drowning or hypothermia, Karkat says brightly.
Karkat, you're verging on being speciesist. Kankri sighs. You guess he has to complain about something, since he's evidently given up on calling people out for swearing.
No, speciesist will be to say that I can't believe that humans believe in gods because nothing about their design suggests Ah!
Karkat yelps as his chair topples backwards, his enthusiastic yelling and stupid sitting position finally being his literal downfall. To quote human religious scripture, karma's a bitch, Dirk says flatly, looking down at the heap of Karkat on the floor. You tune out your dad and Kankri asking if Karkat is okay, and Jane offering to check him over. You've seen many iterations of the Karkat doesn't know how to sit in chairs show end like this. He's fine. He always only bruises his pride. Instead, you pet Beck and pretend like you can't feel Rose and Dirk's attention on you like a weight. Roxy comes back in and sits down, by which time Karkat has managed to sit in his chair again and regather some dignity. How much exactly is debatable. You're sure Kankri would have an opinion. You look up and see that Kankri is watching you. He arches one expressive and more manicured Vantus eyebrow at you. The unspoken question is whether or not you're ready to go again. You nod, ever so slightly. It's not even really a nod. You only move your head down a tiny bit.
Dirk, Rose, if you're ready, we can begin again,
Kankri says, evidently able to pick up what you're putting down. You guess it's not just Kankri who's into lifting these days, even if this is more metaphorical. Can you have a metaphorical gym? There must be some wordplay between athletic and allegorical that you can do, right? Athlagorical? Athletic? That's not wordplay. They're shitty portmanteaus. Portman-nose, if you will.
Perhaps you could explain your decision-making, since that seems to be the crux of the matter,
Kankri suggests, because you've been sitting there in silence and Beck is licking your hand to try to ground you, but you're not sure how long he's been doing that. Oops. I don't think we need to cover how we found out about the Void or about Mom's files. I think that's been covered already. Dirk starts.
Actually, I think we should talk about the shuttle, Rose says. The one down to Somnos?
Karkat asks warily, and Rose nods. Is this leading into a point where if you'd known about the Void before then, you wouldn't have been so worried? You ask, anticipating where this is going.
We all thought you were dead. I fell apart, Rose insists.
That sucks for you. Sorry that happened. Either I jumped the ship or we all died, and doing it knocked me out completely. It was the biggest thing I'd ever moved. We couldn't call back when we landed either because it took time to get the comms working. It's no different than if we'd had engine trouble. You shrug.
I also have it on good authority that the information about that at the time was meant to be kept back until Flight Command had more information about what was happening to prevent panic,
Kankri adds in.
Regardless of whether we were meant to see it or not, if we'd known about all of this, then it wouldn't have been so terrifying. It shouldn't have been secret at all, Rose says firmly.
Really? You're telling me that if I went out in a shuttle right now and it vanished, that you'd be chill with that? That instead of freaking out because I've inexplicably vanished, you'd be cool because the little tin can that I get shot into space inside has fisted its way through the orifice of an inexplicable and unstoppable force that ate our homeworlds? That'd happen and it's no sweat? You ask her skeptically. That sounds like a more specific but equal freakout, June says with a grimace. Yeah, as much as I'm all against overbearing conspiracies and secrets, I don't think the agony of that situation is made better by knowing the truth. It's not made worse, just different. We still wouldn't know if he was okay or anything. Karkat agrees. Rose does not look like she agrees, but she's always had to know everything. She can't resist it. Your doc would probably say that it's a coping mechanism.
Alright, I think this is getting a little more hostile than it needs to. What happened with the shuttle wasn't anyone's fault. It was horrible to see, but it wasn't your fault, Dave.
Dirk interjects.
Cool, great. I wasn't feeling guilty about that. It sucks that you had to watch me have a near-death experience, but as the person who had it, like... You wave your hands about, trying to get across the idea that, in their hierarchy of bad shit, thought that someone you loved might be dead, and you actually could have died. It's your experience that wins. Let's just do this sorry's not sorry thing that...
Dirk starts. You two are good at that, you say coldly, and you get to see both Dirk and Rose bristle.
This isn't a productive discussion if you interrupt like that, Dave. You asked me to facilitate, so stay on track, Cankry reminds you.
You hold your hands up in surrender and slump back in your armchair in silent anger. It seems that you didn't actually let go of how completely furious you were about their whole stunt at the bar. You apparently did the emotional equivalent of sticking your fingers in your ears and pretending it wasn't there. Maybe you get credit for noticing that. You'll have to ask Cotard. As for now, you're silently seething and waiting.
Okay. Dirk starts, and you can tell he's pretty much talking through gritted teeth. I'm not sorry for showing up at the bar to try to talk to you, and I'm not sorry for telling you that you shouldn't be drinking. Our family history with that is dangerous. You know better than that.
We thought you did, but apparently you've been hiding the fact that you drink, which is honestly more concerning, so I'm not sorry about that either.
Rose agrees. There's a long pause, an uncomfortably long one, as they both sit there waiting for you to say something. You don't say anything.
Is this a topic that you don't wish to discuss?
Cankry asks.
It's not sensitive. I don't have anything to hide, but I don't need to make excuses or talk about how much I do or don't drink to two assholes who burst into a private bar to lecture me like a fucking kid in front of every other sailor in the place. I'm not justifying myself. I don't have to. You say sharply.
Fair enough. I believe the two of you had other points, Cankry says, looking from you to Rose and Dirk. The implication to drop it and move on isn't subtle. Could I talk to you about that later in private? I've got no intentions of lecturing you. Your dad interjects.
Not today, but fine, I guess.
You sigh, and Dad nods.
Moving on then. I do want to say that I am sorry for everything that went wrong with the virus and the shit show that it led to in the captain's office. I know I'm repeating Roxy and probably Hal, but I needed to say that I needed to say that the same goes for me.
Dirk goes on. You nod at that.
I am also sorry for your file being leaked and for not coming up with a better contingency plan if we got caught,
Rose admits. Dirk pushes his glasses into his hair and looks down at the floor. His body language is tight and tense all over. His voice isn't quiet when he speaks, but it is softer, sadder.
I know that we're all going to feel this way, so maybe it's redundant to say it. I know, even without asking, that Hal and Roxy are going to agree with me on this, but even though I know it's too little too late, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I didn't realize what was happening back then, that I didn't figure out what the time at the lab was all about, that I couldn't see how much you were hiding from us. I get why you couldn't say anything, and given how long you've been keeping this secret, it makes sense that you'd be good at it, but I'm sorry that I never saw through it. I'm sure it was worse for you, obviously it was, but the thought that you were living through all of that and I never knew. I wish I could have done something then, Dirk says.
A look flickers over Hal's face, like he knows that Dirk is almost at the realization that he got to, but he's not quite there yet. He doesn't want to tell him and stop him from getting there, but he clearly thinks Dirk is close.
We were kids. I wasn't expecting you to know or help. None of you could have. You sigh. That doesn't stop me from not kicking myself for not doing something then. At least, I did something when I knew, but...
Dirk trails off with a helpless expression. Hal is staring a hole in the ceiling at this point.
Actually, I have a question,
you say, making everyone look at you. I already said that all of you are supposed to be smart, but apparently you're not. None of you have told me. Okay, you told me why you did this for ethical reasons and so on, but why did you do this? Why did you think that this was a good idea, that you were right? I'm not sure that I follow the question, Kankri says, and it looks like a few other people are confused too. Okay, order of events. The shuttle gets messed up, everyone is stressed. Karkat gets Rose and Hal involved with the idea of ghosts. Then Signless happens, and Karkat can prove that he's real, so Roxy and Dirk get involved. I'm with you so far. These three steal classified documents from Mom and start seeing about her fucked up science. What happens then? You ask.
We discussed the conspiracy and agreed to destroy it, Kanaya answers.
No, because surely there's some steps between seeing what you did and that, you say. The upsetting silence in the room tells you that there was not. You mean to tell me that you fucking morons saw some files and video from Mom, that you took in all that shit, and immediately went to your bullshit plan for assholes? You saw reports from our mother, the unhinged, amoral, ruthless, lying lunatic, and thought, this sounds entirely trustworthy. I'll risk the lives of everyone on the whole ship on just this. Really? You demand. A single source isn't great. I'm not denying that, but Mom was at least a good scientist. Horribly fucking unethical, but she was smart. Or is smart. She's still... Dirk waves a hand through the air to indicate wherever it is that your mother happens to be right now. Is she, though? June asks after a second. Smart? Yeah. I'm pretty sure that was bad science, though. Even Rose said so. Karkat agrees. And you still went with that? You ask. Mom admitted that her test project to work out if the void was dangerous got scaled back to statistically useful levels and statistically useless levels, and then she admitted that it failed. Mom's ego is way too big to say she failed when she didn't. The science might be sketchy, but I believe her on that much. Dirk says. I know it seems like we acted rashly, but we had to. This whole thing was wrong, and sure, the secrecy is unethical, but it's you I care about, Dave. I couldn't do anything Dirk trails off, and his eyes widen. Why'd you do it, Dirk? Hal asks. Oh shit, that's why I'm mad at Jake. It's about me. I was furious that he knew and did nothing because only a monster would... And the only reason I wasn't as bad was because I didn't know, so the moment I knew, I had to act, or else... Dirk whispers and claps a hand over his mouth.
Okay, but for real, it wasn't like there was a lot of other information out there.
Roxy points out. Was there not? You ask, almost breathless with anger. We could have asked the sailors or you, Hal says with a wince, as Dirk continues having a silent emotional breakdown across from you.
The sailors were already following the captain's orders, and we've already established that you were not necessarily a reliable source either because you were consciously trying to protect us from a threat that wasn't real, or one that was, in the case of the Rose starts.
A threat that wasn't real? You repeat, leaning forward in your seat sharply.
You know what you were told, what you were conditioned to think. Our parents manipulated you, and that's only continued here. There isn't any more secrecy, and the void didn't destroy us all, so clearly what you think you know isn't true. If you're expecting me to apologize for acting to protect you, I won't. The captain needed to pay for what she did. I wasn't about to leave you in her clutches, suffering in silence. Nor was I about to put you in the position that Roxy described earlier, having to lie to protect us. I'm not sorry for reading everything. I needed to know what happened so I could save you from the situation you were stuck in. My only regret is that we haven't yet spaced the captain, Rose says firmly.
Beck whines and paws at your leg. You think you've forgotten how to breathe. Dave? Kankri asks warily.
I think maybe we should call this?
Karkat says, but it sounds like a question. You got your answer, right? Ripped off the bandage? June, Dad, Hal, Carcat, we're good. I can talk to Roxy, and I'd say Kanaya, but I'm guessing she's gonna be with Rose, so just Roxy. Dirk can hit me up when he finishes that thought. Jane can when she's being less of a bitch. I'm done, you say, and get to your feet. You can hear your voice is wrong, but at least you're doing it on purpose this time. You don't want to be emotional because you don't want to give Rose this satisfaction. But you can't... Rose starts. I don't need to be here. You already know everything. You don't care what I have to say, and you're not sorry about it. You said so. This wasn't about me. It was just about you getting even. You tell her.
I'm not going to apologize for being angry that people tortured my brother,
she argues with you, trying to move across the room to you.
Rose?
Carcat tries, but she ignores him. You look at Rose, who is obviously angry. Probably because you're not grateful for her big hero move and how smart she is. It's hard to even look at her. You're just like Mom, you say simply, and Rose reels back like you punched her right in the face.
You don't mean that,
Rose whispers. Hey, you're already telling me what I think. I can hardly tell you apart, you say simply, and leave. You think you need to get home. You think you need to get home right now. You know it'd be dumb to step through the void to get a shortcut to your room, but it's really goddamn tempting. The fact that you don't immediately care if it'd go badly for you is the thing that makes you hold back from doing it. Instead, you hold Beck's harness in a vice-like grip and retreat back to your hive. Sniles. Yup. Now, I'm trying to think. Surely, at some time, I wanted to, oh, does this not work? Okay, hold on. Whoa, that changed. Give me just a second. I'm actually in a, what the heck? Come on. Why the fuck? Come on. What are you talking about? Okay, why doesn't this work? Dick and balls. That's the wrong thing. I... Okay, I'm gonna do this a different way. I wanted to show you something that I drew a while back. But the thing won't search correctly. What are you talking about? What are you even on? Okay, check this out. Hey. Would you please just cooperate? No, not in. From. Yes. Yeah. See? Look at that. See? Look at that. You do know how to do the thing I'm trying to ask you to do. Come on. Hey, now. Hey, now.
You cut that shit out right now. Rah! Hey, where is it? Hey, what the fuck? That's... But I totally... But I definitely sent it. Surely. What are you even on about? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I definitely sent it. What are you... Is it in here? I have no idea why it would be. Search has image from me. It's sure not. Okay. There's another way we can do this, because if there's one thing that I know I will have, if Discord search is going to fail me like this, which I shouldn't be surprised by, I know one thing that will never fail me, which is my own goddamn project files. I just have to find where it is. Yeah, see? Here we go. Here we go, here we go. Here we go, here we go, buddy, here we go, buddy. Did I ever make it into a PNG? Because it was just a rough little... Actually, when was this from? It was from March 1st, 2024. So, if I go back to PNGs... nope, that's the start of the year, so it's not a PNG, but that's okay, because I have a little friend named Snipping Tool. I guess copy, and then I guess paste to my notebook server, just so that I can put it in. Okay. Can y'all see that? Can y'all see that? It's the Car Cat Can't Sit in Chairs show. And these are all based on the post whose thing is right here. It's a bunch of images and GIFs. But I should make a sequel to this, wherein it's actually all drawn from the descriptions in the chapter. I think that would be fun. I have no fucking idea when or if I'm going to do that, because, oh no, I just thought about my drawing to-do list again, and everything's been sitting there for like 3 months. Oh no! But yeah, if I had all the time in the world, and all the energy in the world, I would absolutely I would polish this up, and then I would make a second one that's based on the chapter, and I would post them together. That's what I would do. And I swear to freaking God heck that I sent this in the server at one point, but I couldn't fucking find it. There's only 2 art channels, and I can't imagine I would have put it, unless I put it in the fucking Your Words Destroy My Planet channel, which, again, I can't imagine why I would do that, unless that was where the discussion was. Wait, no, that's possible. That's possible. That's actually likely. God damn it. We're gonna search again. Okay, from
Me has image. There's a lot of message screenshots in there recently. Girl, I don't know how many 5 months ago was. We want 8. Yeah, see? It is there! It is there! Okay, no, I'm just, goddamn. It was here the whole time. I'm sharing this image on stream and yelled at my devices for not finding it. Okay. Yes. See? I knew I wasn't fucking crazy. Yeah, I sent it in the YWDMP channel because that is where the discussion began, because someone else linked that post. And then I was inspired. Have a wonderful night. Have a good and a great and a cool. I recommend all of those. Nah, dingus. I just done dropped my headphones. But that's okay, because I'm not listening to anything. Yeah. Yeah, that's a little bit fucked up, isn't it? His own twin, and she's just like digging in her heels about it. Yeah, it's not the most happy thing to ever happen. Well, it is past 7 o'clock, which is fucked up, because it's not even Friday. So I am instead going to get the VOD uploading, and then I will, what will I do? What will I do after that? My heart says I want to just lay down in my bed. But my brain says I've still got that zine piece to finish. We got an extension of a week, so it's less pressing than it was the other night. But I still gotta finish it. I'm super, super close. I just have to actually do it. So there's that. There's the Fortnite mini season to check out. But either of those things requires staying at my desk, and I really want to lay down. Dude. Hey, Wander? Hey, Wander. Guffy Stuffy. No, I'm already behind on wildlife. I'm already behind. It's terrible. I watched Grian's first episode to the end. I could lay down and watch it. I'm also subscribed to Mumbo and Scar, and I wanted to watch theirs too. But yeah, it's already been a hot second since I did that. You know what? That does sound like a plan. Yeah, that's true, but you know. It doesn't hurt to have a review when you're working with a brain like mine. Yeah, I think I will do that. 'Cause, yes, to reiterate, no stream tomorrow. No stream tomorrow. And I'll spend tomorrow. I should I should fold my fucking stupid laundry. Ooh. It's been sitting there. Maybe I'll make it, I'll just have it run for like a teeny tiny little bit so that it gets all like reactivated. and then I'll fold it. Unwrinkly? Yeah, exactly. You know? I need to unwrinkle them. And then I'll fold them. And then I should run my light load, cause now I have enough in there that it could be a whole load by itself. And all of that is extremely what, unwrinkly? Anyway, all of that was needlessly detailed for me to be saying while still on stream. So instead, it's just you. I just looked in chat and it's just you now. I wonder. So, yeah, I'm gonna stop now and upload the VOD. Catch you guys later. Catch singular person later. Have a good. Oh, and after I do laundry and laying down, if I want to play video game, I might hop in Cherry. I might also not, but I might. So, I guess just keep an eye out for that. I don't know. Have a good. Catch you guys later. Catch you guys on Friday. Friday the 8th for chapter 44. Bye!